As the mayor of the town of Clayton, I'd like to call this regular town council meeting to order. Ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let us pray. Most gracious and heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the blessings of this day. And we ask, Lord, now that you be with us as we proceed with the business for the town of Clayton. For it's in your great name we pray. Amen. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, happy Easter, by the way. Happy Easter Monday, right?
Thank you, sir.
5E, proposing renaming of the park, the public park. 5F is the introduction of planning staff and a closed session for economic development purposes at the end of the meeting.
All right, I'll have those noted. Mr. Granis.
I'd like to make a request that under item 7, old business, the old town building update, would request that we have a discussion also in closed session on that prior to taking a vote.
I'm just fine with that. I'm just thinking that maybe we list that under 10C, and then 10D can be closed session. Or we can go into closed session, either one's economic development. So I'll defer to the best way to go to get there.
Yeah, we'll just pull that one and we'll discuss it when you come back from closed session.
Okay, perfect. So we will pull that one in the order, and then we will come back to it after our closed session. Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, up next is your consent agenda.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Okay. Next under administrative items is the advisory board appointment recommendations.
Yes, we recently just instated the Board of Adjustment. We have accepted applications. Interviews were conducted. There were a total of 7 vacancies, 4 of those being in town, 3 of them being ETJ positions. 1 position for each of the town and the ETJ will be alternate positions. Based on the interviews, recommendations are as follows to be appointed to the Board of Adjustment. Bob Siderfield with a term to expire 12/23. He would be an in-town. Michael Sims would be position number 2. He's an in-town with his term expiration of 12/22. Porter Casey, also in town with a term expiration of 12/23. Jim Perricone, he'd be our ETJ with a term expiration of 12/23. Marty Bizzle, ETJ with a term expiration of 12/22. And our alternates, John Salupo as an alternate for in-town with a term expiration of 12/21, and Thomas Antoine, an alternate for the ETJ with a term expiration of 12/21. Additionally, there was 1 opening on our Fire Advisory Board for the Claytex position. We have interviewed that person, and we are recommending that David Whit-Young be appointed to that board with a term expiration of 12/23.
All right, any questions or comments for the clerk? Approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And then a second to approve the slate for the advisory board appointment recommendations. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Okay, up next under introduction and special presentations will be employee certification. First up is James Blaylock.
Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Members of council, JD, staff. I'm James Blaylock, Utility Maintenance Supervisor for the Water and Sewer Preventative Maintenance Division. I'm here tonight to recognize the accomplishments of 2 of my employees. First up, I'd like to recognize my crew leader, Mr. Stephen Norris. He recently sat for the A Distribution exam. A Distribution is the top level of the water distribution certification program in the state of North Carolina, and he passed it. Next up, Mr. Dylan Carroll. He sat, as you know, he took a class that was combined 3 and 4, passed his 3, and then he was eligible to take the 4, and he just passed it. 4 is the top level of the collection certification program. These 2 gentlemen right here worked their butts off. They passed that exam. If you've never taken one, I'm here to tell you, they're tough. So I want to stand publicly and recognize these 2. These 2 make my job easy. So there you go. Thank you for your time.
I just want to say, that's a lot of my background, guys, and y'all know that, but that's congratulations. I mean, that's both of them are big, big accomplishments. And Stephen, for other than you losing a bet and having to wear that hat, I mean, it's all good, but but no, it really is. It's exemplary, and as was said, usually people take these tests 2 or 3 times if they get by them, and you guys have done a really good job, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys, and thank you. Thank you.
I'll try.
All right, up next is going to be a new employee introduction.
Hello, my name is Michael Tutwiler. I'm GIS coordinator here at the town, and I'm here today to introduce you to the town's new GIS technician, Matt Moore. Matt is a graduate of North Carolina State University and comes to the town from Tower Engineering and has previous local government experience with the city of Durham.
Just want to say thanks for the opportunity. I'm looking forward to doing great things here. So,
Awesome. We're happy to have you here.
Welcome, Matt.
thanks.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Hey, how you doing? Good. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I wanted to take a special opportunity to bring one of our longtime employees who recently resigned to work at a place closer to his home. Steve Blasco has served us since, I believe, 2007, about 14 years, in a variety of different roles in facilities and streets and different kinds of operations. And I can tell you, since I've been coming here, and I think most of you guys, if anybody ever needed something, it was always called Blasco, and that was the battle cry. One of the things that we don't always have is a great way to do these. And on Steve's last day, there were no bands playing, there were no children celebrating, there were no parties to be had, because Steve was out putting up sculpture trails, and there was a fuel spill down on Highway 70, and his crew was down there, and we had chaos in the parking lot trying to figure out who was landscaping and flagpoles and whatnot. So it didn't seem justice, not only because of his 14 years with us and his dedicated service, to not have him here, but I thought it was entirely properly, since we couldn't wish him goodbye in the right way, that he comes. I'll let the mayor read some of this, but in addition to being here in 2014, I think you were Employee of the Year once or twice? Once, back in 2008, I believe. Yes, right. Yes, sir. So congratulations. I just wanted to bring Steve back one last time. It's like some of these guys that were just introduced to you. It's a thankless job, and we don't always recognize our facilities and our maintenance and our operations guys nearly as much as we should. But Steve was at the top of that chart, and I'm glad he came back tonight to be recognized. So congratulations, Steve. You want to get your picture with him, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I want to talk for a minute first. But you can go ahead and get your camera in position. We're going to be right there. First of all, I didn't recognize you without a hat.
No.
Like, I bet you that man wears a hat to church.
Right.
Every day for 15 plus years, you've had a hat on. But whether you have a hat on or not, you're getting ready to have a new hat. And we're really excited for you. We're really, really sorry to see you go. You have been an amazing employee.
Thank you very much.
And while all of us take pride in how much we love Clayton, you showed how much you love Clayton every day, all the time, 24/7. You know, and you did it because you wanted to. And I just can't thank you enough on behalf of this council and this town of Clayton for the good work that you have done for us. And we appreciate it.
I really appreciate you guys.
Yes. I'm going to give you the floor.
I know you have a busy agenda, so I made it short and sweet. First of all, I would like to say that I'm deeply grateful for this acknowledgement. It means more to me than you guys would ever know. I worked for the town for the past 14 years, and I've been extremely fortunate enough to work with the best group of guys and gals that anyone could ever ask for. I honestly feel that I'm leaving the town in a better place than when I got here, and that it's in great hands. You've got a lot of people that are dedicating themselves to taking it to the next level. Employees like Rusty Clausen. Rusty has worked more overtime than anyone in Public Works and has never once complained. Justin Pulley. Justin's only 28 years old, but he's wise far beyond his years. Craig Wood. Craig has the uncanny ability to rebuild HVAC pumps with no instructions, and to be quite honest, could probably do it blindfolded. And I can't forget people like Greg Nelson, Robbie Russell, Mark Brandon, Jamie Balance, Travis Jessup, and James the Man Blaylock. Still trying to figure that one out. Okay, and most people don't know this, but Tammy Ray single-handedly converted the town to an in-house system, from a contractor-based custodial service to an in-house system. She interviewed, hired, scheduled all the new employees, trained them, ordered supplies, and still managed to get her already hectic job done every day. I've also had the opportunity to work with some amazing department heads, one being Tim Simpson. Tim, your attention to detail and ability to forget your wallet every time we went to lunch was amazing.
That's priceless.
Dale Medlin. Dale, you've been a mentor and a great friend. Through the years, I've thrown a bunch of curveballs at you and your crew, and you guys have always hit it out of the park. And Clayton Police Department. Major John Gerald. John, you're without a doubt the most easygoing person. Oh wait, the second most easygoing person in the town. This brings me to our most pleasant, happy, forever smiling mayor, Jody McLeod. Mr. Mayor, I don't know what you sprinkle on your cornflakes every morning, but you should bottle it up and sell it. Somebody already does that. And your positive demeanor and infectious attitude have been a joy to be around, and I wish you and the town all the best. Thank you for the most wonderful job a guy could ever ask for.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We wish you the absolute best. Let's grab a picture. Why don't you tell everybody where you're going and what you're doing?
I'm the Director of Public Works for the city of Oxford, North Carolina. Today was my first day, so it's been kind of hectic.
That's great. A lot of similarities between Clayton and Oxford, so they're lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Hey, Steve.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right, up next is Harbor White Ribbon Campaign presentation with Kay Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council and staff. My name is Kay Johnson. I'm used to it.
Go ahead.
My name is Kay Johnson. I am the Executive Director of Harbor of Johnston County. I have with me tonight Ms. Ruth Anderson, who is the Chairperson of our Board of Directors. I would like to first thank you for the opportunity to share this month of education and awareness with you. April is deemed Sexual Assault Awareness Month. This month is an effort to bring attention to the many who have been traumatically impacted by sexual assault, even in this community. In conjunction with Sexual Assault Awareness Month, Harbor has also launched the White Ribbon Campaign. The White Ribbon Campaign is a global movement of men and boys working to end male violence against girls and women. Please join me in viewing the campaign launch video, which was a collaboration with TNT Creative Group.
Hi, my name is Ruth Anderson. I'm the chairperson for the Harbor Shelter. Harbor is Johnston County's only nonprofit agency for domestic violence, sexual assault, and families in transition. We are pleased to announce our White Ribbon Campaign. This campaign will go for the next 30 days to not only bring awareness for domestic violence, but also gain commitment for stopping it. Over 75% of domestic violence victims say that someone new had said nothing. What can you do if somebody's going through domestic violence?
Support them by being sensitive to what they are saying, remembering that it takes a great deal of courage and strength for someone who is living with abuse to share this information. Reassure them that the abuse is not their fault.
Gather information about available domestic violence shelters like Harbor. Let them know that they're not alone and there are people in place to help. Assure them that their information will be kept private.
Avoid blaming, telling them what to do, and making negative comments. Support should be your main focus.
Most of all, if you see an assault in progress, call the police. Don't assume that someone else has done so. These situations can be dangerous, so whatever you do, be safe.
For my nieces,
For my daughter,
For my sisters.
for my mom.
For more information, contact Harbor at 919-631-5478 or through our website, harborshelter.org.
As I end, I would like to say, in 2020, Johnston County was third in the state of North Carolina as it relates to domestic violence. So we know the work continues within our community, within our state. It is because of municipalities like the town of Clayton allowing us the opportunity to share in this campaign and other activities and events that we have planned. We ask that you please visit our social media platform, Facebook, as well as our website. We will be having a donate day on April the 18th. We ask that you please go and purchase a t-shirt in commemoration of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, as well as the launching of this White Ribbon Campaign. Again, I say thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Thank you both for all the good work, and we're so excited. I'm so excited to see this video come out. It turned out amazing, and the message is powerful, you know? It's wonderful.
It is powerful, and we just want to thank you again for letting us share and premiere this video with you here, and thank you for your participation in the video and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. All right, up next on the agenda is the renaming of All-Star Park and Basketball Court.
How you doing, Mayor?
Hey.
Council. My name is Darren Banks, local guy here, born and raised. Went to Clayton High School, played football there. Then upon leaving Clayton, I joined the Air Force, retired, and then now I'm a coach at Clayton High. So thank you for allowing me to be here today. So basically, I'm here to ask you to consider renaming the All-Star Park to the Donald Clyde Sinclair Park. Many of you don't know that we actually have a local hero in our midst. just some things that Donald has accomplished. 1976, he was on that was probably the first boys state basketball championship. 1977, he was got a scholarship to what was called King's Community College. From there, he transferred to North Carolina Central. There, and I need to check, but I think he still holds the assist records. I think he had like 200 in a year. In 87, he was signed his first contract for the Washington Bullets. I'm sorry. In 1982, he was actually the first guy ever still in Clayton to be drafted. So he actually made the draft then. It was the Washington Bullets. 87, he signed a contract with the Washington Generals. You know, those were the kind of team that played against the Harlem Globetrotters. I don't think they really ever fared well, but so he must have did something right, because he signed a contract that following year with the actual Harlem Globetrotters. So there he spent 17 seasons with the Harlem Globetrotters. So of course, he went to many different countries. He's a great ambassador, like I said, just a kid from Clayton, which is spectacular. He got the Globetrotters Legacy Award, and he's also in the Naismith Hall of Fame, which is, like I said, just a kid from Clayton. As you know, like I said, being a local guy from Clayton, I've I think this was my elementary school. So, you know, Clayton is growing, expanding, I think, which is great. But also it'll be neat to keep a little nugget of what was Clayton past, a little historical thing. I mean, think about, I can speak for myself. He was a great mentor, one where, you know, like I said, when I saw that the Globetrotters, he traveled all the world, I wanted to kind of do that. When he coached, then I kind of wanted to coach. So growing up, little known fact, that park was unofficially called the Sinclair Park anyway. You know, for the locals around that area, we kind of called it that anyway. But like I said, as a kid growing up, he was a great mentor, role model. And I remember just saying, hey, if you know, Clyde can do it, then so can I. I think renaming the park or having it renamed will hopefully influence younger kids growing up, whether it's on that side of the tracks or any kid from all over that has a dream. I mean, just think if you ride by there and say, you know, the guy that's named after Harlem Globetrotter, you know, from small town Clayton. You know, I think through sports, I mean, it just has a way of connecting people. I mean, you can dream. Like I said, you know, you get a little kid out there shooting on the exact same court that, you know, Clyde Sinclair played on. I mean, who knows what kind of seeds that we can actually plant. So just want you guys to consider it. I'm not going to read his whole bio, it's short and sweet, but I'll definitely make sure you guys can get a copy of that. Just some people that are community leaders and organizations that are on board. First Missionary Baptist Church, Mount Vernon Christian Church, St. Augustine, and if you've ever been aware, those are the 3 local churches in that particular area, and like I said, they are all love Donald Sinclair over there. NC Central, we got some alumni there. Of course, the comments are backing it. My principal, Dr. Bennett Jones, is also on board. And I also presented it to the Recreation Council a few months ago and got their blessing as well. So hopefully it can just kind of move forward.
That's awesome. Councilman Everett, is there anything you want to add?
The only thing I'd like to add is that I think this would be great for that park. You know, especially in that community. Because like you said, inspiring our youth, and, you know, this is where they're going to be growing up, and just seeing them inspired, that's what's really going to, get, our kids on board. So I really appreciate everything that you've done and just our conversations and learning more about Donald Sinclair and what you guys want to do with that park. I think it's completely awesome. And I support it 110%.
Thank you.
I think one thing that is super impressive about that is it doesn't matter really when you ride by, you see all kinds of kids down there from everywhere playing basketball.
Exactly.
And you see some of them trying to court up there by the playground park, but regardless, there's a huge sense of community pride for that area, because I can't tell you in the whole time that I've been the mayor and have gone by there 1,000 times, do you ever see it trashed? Do you ever see it unkept? It's always, that community maintains the aesthetic value, cleanliness, and appreciation for that park. And how perfect that we should name this after Sinclair. It's awesome. So I'm not really sure what our next move is. I think this would probably get put on the next agenda, and hopefully we can have our superstar in here so I can stand on a ladder and have my picture taken with him.
Yes, sir.
That would be awesome. Any questions or comments from council? Mr. Granis?
Well, first of all, I think it's a wonderful idea. I think it's a long time in coming, and I'm glad it's here. But one question I will ask, Mr. Mayor, is unless we have some formality that we have to go through, I'm making a motion that we change the name of All-Star Park to Donald Clyde Sinclair Park this evening.
Okay. We have a motion and a second for the renaming of All-Star Park and Basketball Court to Sinclair Park and Basketball Court. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Thompson?
I just want to echo our other councilman's comments. I think growing up in Clayton in the 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, early 90s, we all knew that one of us was a member of the Harlem Globetrotters. And when you saw them on TV, whether they were in New York or overseas somewhere, we always had that sense of pride that that's one of us as a part of the team. And it was inspiring for the youth and to know that. And I think this is a good idea. It's got my full support.
Awesome. All right. Anyone else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thanks.
I still hope we can get some public information officer. We need to get a follow-up story on this and some photographs.
And the mayor may want to see some people too later on. So I heard that earlier, right? Some photos?
Yes. Most of them.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think when the time comes to dedicate that park, if there's any way that we could get Mr. Sinclair there as a participant, that would really be phenomenal.
I don't know how that works insofar as if it comes through you or if it comes through Park and Recreation Advisory Board, but however it comes about, let us know so we can make sure he's there.
I'll make sure we have him here.
That'd be great.
Director McKay and Scott Bernard with Parks to make sure that happens and
awesome.
Appropriate arrangements are made.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is the planning staff introduction.
Two introductions to make tonight, and one is really a reintroduction, but I want them to kind of reintroduce Jeff kind of as part of our system, but kind of a new role. Jeff Keynes has been here probably close to 2 years now. He came with us from Oregon. He and his wife moved east to be with her family, and she's also a planner at Holly Springs, and he is a planner here in Clayton. But the reason I bring him back tonight is because when he came here, he just started as a regular planner. Although, I don't know if you guys remember, he's got 19 years experience when he came to us, both in the public and the private sector, so he's done both sides of it. He had a master's degree in planning from University of Texas, and he also had his AICP. So when you look at even who we had in the leadership roles, the senior planner roles, he had a lot of experience, probably more than they did combined, but he took that role. And so when things reshuffled here a few weeks ago, I went ahead and moved Jeff up to the senior planner role and wanted to make sure you guys knew his background and credentials, because sometimes we lose those. So a good example. I also introduced you to Dick Hales. Dick's over here. Dick takes over as a senior planner consultant manager for us. He's working part-time. Dick has done his career, I think over 30 years. I'll be kind to Dick. He was at Durham. He was the interim planning director twice for the city of Durham, and then went on to be the director of planning for the city of Greensboro for 7 years. So I'm glad to have Dick with us now. Dick's here as we need him, but at least 3 days a week. And he is a Town of Clayton part-time employee, is the way we worked his schedule. And so we've had that change in the planning department. So please welcome Dick. And then the last comment I'll make, Dick was also a two-time president of the American Planning Association in North Carolina. So one of the bonuses we get with Dick is he knows everybody from across the state. And one of his other colleagues, Ben Hitchings, is another person we've been working with to come in as a consultant. Ben still wants to be a consultant, but as Jeff and Dick look at the workload and what we need to do, we can bring Ben in to help with some things like our some of our long-term planning and whatnot. So I want to make sure you're reintroduced to Jeff tonight and met Dick Hales. Dick, would you like to say anything from your perspective tonight?
Happy to be able to help out. Everyone's been very welcoming and very impressed with a lot of the planning we have in place here already.
Yeah. So I will continue to serve until we've got the advertisement for the full-time planning director. I'll continue to serve as interim, although Jeff's here, but I didn't want to throw Jeff into too many new roles at first. And Dick's still been here all of about 2 weeks now, Dick, right? So we will work through that as we find our long-term planning director. So thank you.
Welcome. All right, up next is the beginning of our public hearings. The first public hearing is 2020-160-ANX, Riverwood Golf Course, Section 2, Annexation. Take your time because we're going to have some people to come into the room.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is item 2020-160, the annex of Riverwood Golf Course Section 2 annexation. We have a series, this is a public hearing. We have several slides I'll show you. There's really 3 parts to this request tonight, maybe 4. But the 3 big ones are the annexation, which I'll talk about first. And that is not quasi-judicial. There is rezoning, which is not quasi-judicial. And then there's the actual master plan for the development, which is quasi-judicial. And council at the appropriate time will walk us through that. Just to make sure, as I've introduced and talk a little bit about the ground rules here, it is a public hearing. So for the public, the mayor will ask for public comments at the end of this session. And the public is free to speak at the mayor's, within his guidelines that he will set for the public. And anyone with the public, either pro or against, can speak on behalf of this request for annexation or for zoning. So we'll do 2 motions in this first piece. One will be the annexation and one will be the rezoning. After I do this piece, I'll introduce the next piece for the actual quasi-judicial on the site plan. And I'll let Jeff carry the burden of that one, most of it, but I'll also be waiting with Jeff for some comments. Jeff will also join me in some comments here as we need to on the annexation and rezoning. Council, have I left anything out for that?
You covered it quite well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so for that, I want to just go through this first slide on the annexation. Shows the different tracks, and it is several tracks that has been put together by the applicant. To the north, just to get you oriented, is the Riverwood Golf Club, which is outside the kind of Clayton limits. And at the bottom is the river, so this is on the other side of the river. I will show you where this is on a bigger map shortly. This one will show you the various tracks. We also pulled this slide together, which if you look at the blue section, that is actually the land that is currently in the town of Clayton ETJ. And the part that is in the more pinker color is the part that is in the county. So the first request here is for the annexation of the pink part that is in the county, also known as a Holloway tract. Okay, so let me go back. There's your different parcels. There is your actual map of what's in and out of the ETJ with the kind of the pinkish color being what's in the county right now to be annexed. This map basically shows you the aerial photograph of the site of the proposed tracts that are to be annexed. And this particular drawing is probably the piece that I would say in the last week or so that has drawn some review and some attention. If you will notice on the upper right, in the right outline part of the parcel, the one kind of at the lower right is the one coming in that's going to be annexed, and the top one again is the one in the ETJ. The red star is fire station number 1. The blue star is roughly where the Clayton Police Department is. Several concerns that, again, will be your prerogative that I would say that the town staff probably has on the annexation is one, the bringing in of property for water and wastewater capacity standpoints about what that would mean to the town. And then second is seen by the red and the blue stars. The annexation piece with the red being where Fire Station 2 is. I may have said Fire Station 1 earlier, and that would provide the primary source of the fire service there. Fire Station 2 only has one apparatus though, so that apparatus has to cover that whole southern region that you see within the 5-mile radius. You will be annexing that from Archer Lodge, and part of the annexation will be a fee to cover the cost of the capital improvements that we have taken away from the debt service that Archer Lodge Fire District would have had to pay for their fire district to bring it into our fire district. The blue star shows the Clayton Police zone, and we have talked about, Chief Tart and I have talked about a satellite facility to serve on the other side of the river, particularly up toward Riverwood. But one of the concerns from police that has come out is the distance away from the other jurisdictional boundaries. As I believe most council knows, but the public probably doesn't know, that as our police department goes through the gray areas, they have no jurisdiction in the ETJ. And so they're actually riding past places where our jurisdiction are to go into the red area to service that. So there are some concerns there. Those concerns are not, to be fair to all parties, they're not just for the citizens, but they're also for our police officers. Because once one of the officers gets on patrol in that area, they are pretty much isolated, as well as the public, from getting another Clayton police officer to that area. Now, with all that said, I think what we have seen is the fire probably is not a big of an issue as some of the police may be, and the police is certainly a consideration for this council, along with the water and wastewater capacity. But other than that, I think we will serve with the town staff, whether that be fire or police, whatever the council does, and we'll make the appropriate modifications or facility enhancements or personnel enhancements that we have to serve whatever part of our ETJ or annexation that we bring into the limits. So with that, those are my comments on the annexation, and I will stop there before I move to the rezoning and then let the applicant come up and speak on both if he wishes. Is that fine, Councilor, or should we do the annexation?
I think the way it's on the agenda, I think we need to have 2 separate public hearings.
Okay, very good. Well, so we'll finish with this. I'll give this to the application. Any questions for me before I give this to the applicant?
Mr. Granis.
With respect to the debt service that you're referring to, with respect to Archer Lodge, what are we talking about in terms of dollars?
That is an outstanding question. It's one that we wanted to get before you tonight. It is a fraction of how much area we're taking from them times their debt service. Until I talked to Counselor this morning and got the equation from him, this process is one it's a formula that's in our legislation. We could not calculate it. And so what has to happen is we have to have the request come in for Archer Lodge because they're losing theirs. They have to give us their debt service for the calculation. And then this will have to go to the local government commission for their final approval of what that number needs to be. So there's no way we can lock into that number tonight or until the LGC passes their blessing onto that number.
And what happens after the LGC does whatever it is they do? What's the process?
The proposal tonight to you is to pass that cost along to the developer as a condition to bring it in for the site plan. Now, we didn't put that as a condition of annexation because it's a state statute, and that whatever happens with that will happen. But the request is made or what the LGC reviews, we don't know tonight what that'll be. That could be zero, or that could be tens of thousands or $100,000. We don't know. But we have cited it later on, and I don't want to go outside of the annexation request, but we have cited as a condition in the quasi-judicial piece of this that before the development could start, that fee would have to be paid by the developer. So
does the LGC then submit documentation to both ourselves and Archer Lodge? And if that's the case, does that documentation have to be signed and returned somewhere?
The local government commission, my understanding, and I'll turn to council for that, but to just remind the Republic, to remind the public, any debt service done by local governments in North Carolina has to go through the Treasurer's office and its local government commission. Those are members of the Council of State, some of them are put up by the political leaders to review all of this documentation. And so they have regular monthly meetings where they consider all measures, including things like our wastewater treatment plant, or our ability to do park bond money. And so that body will take these up on their agenda. They will vote on them as a body, just as your body will. There is an appeals process for with respective parties disagree, they can appeal. But the way the state law in North Carolina works is their final decision, even on appeal, is final. There's no more appeal to what they rule. And so there will be some notice of their recommendation and their finding to us. We could, or Archer Lodge could appeal it, but whatever they decide per state statute will be the final decision. Now, with that, can I clean that up, Counselor? If you're
I would just add to that in my experience, it's usually an agreed upon number. It's a formula, and their debt is what it is, and the numbers, the value of the annexed area is fixed. The value of the fire district area is fixed, and you take that fraction times their debt service and come up with the amount that has to be paid. So it's not really something that there's a lot of argument about typically. And then what you see is usually a joint resolution adopted by the board for the Archer's Lodge District and this board, and then that joint resolution gets submitted to the LGC. And I've never had one get rejected.
That's right.
They usually just get approved.
Right. And Chief Barbie is here. Chief Barbie, this is not quasi-judicial, but there's anything you want to add in that respect? We have done this before, correct?
We have done this before. To my knowledge, there's not been any disputes when we've done it in fact.
Okay.
Very good.
So the next question is, you made a comment regarding our police officers having to go through various gray areas, and there is a bit of a concern about that. Is it not true that we still have the same type of issue or identical issue with Riverwood Athletic? And if so, how are we dealing with it?
Yeah, the question would be, there's two yellow spots on that board up there that currently exists. And this board, I know several of you guys are from here, and of course the mayor was here when this happened. Glen Laurel was our first really big remote annexation that you see on the bottom right. And the thought process was that was way out in the country. I kind of remember when that was done early on, but it would all infill in. And so we do have some issues now with our police department having to go through areas and ride right by people that are affected because they don't have the jurisdiction, and vice versa. So that is, to your point, that is a current problem. We still have the same problem to Riverwood out there, and this was one area because of its growing size that me and the developer out there had already been talking about, how do we put a remote facility there? The problem that we see, if there is a different problem, is that the density that exists in those two places, it does not exist in this particular spot. And so it would be, you know, an extra officer or somebody being out there probably by themselves on patrol to make sure they cover this area. In time, we think it would grow up in that area as well. But it is just having to note both for the public protection as well as our police officers that should be a consideration that this board considers in their annexation.
So would it be fair to say, you made a comment about maybe a substation somewhere in Riverwood Athletic, if that were to pass or come to be, I would assume that could take some pressure off and somewhat offset the problem that you're referring to with respect to this particular annexation piece?
Yeah, there's several things that are needed. That's correct. There would be property that would be needed for a substation. At a minimum, there would also be what we estimate to be at least 2 extra officers in those patrol cars that would probably have to be added to the shifts to cover these remote areas. So it's some combination of those needs that would be needed from the police department. And of course, y'all's decision to do this is irrespective of what we'll do as a staff. We will bring those budget requests to you, and Chief Tart, if he's here in the audience, we will provide that service wherever you tell us to go. So that's not really in question tonight as much as just in your decision-making, your trade-offs analysis of how we've seen this annexation. And it doesn't mean we're for or against it either one, it's just that these things have to be duly considered in your decision-making.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it for the record. Is this annexation in accordance with the town's 2040 comprehensive plan?
The comprehensive plan has, well, first off, I don't think the 2040 plan anticipates annexations. So when we talk about the zoning in a second, you will see that we do have to catch up, but in the zoning has been through the planning board. The zoning itself is not inconsistent with some of the development that's happened in that general region. So if it's whether the tract that's in the ETJ or the tract that you're annexing, you know, that is consistent with the surrounding properties. Not to get ahead of myself, but I am a little bit. The question is the comprehensive growth plan, I don't think anticipated annexations of things outside of our ETJ.
Well, and that leads to my last question. Apparently, based on what I saw, if I'm correct, the purple area on the diagram is actually county property, not ETJ, but the blue property is in the ETJ. Is there any, is that correct?
Correct. The annexation is mostly for the purple property that we've got up there.
So is there any conflict with respect to the county with respect to annexing that county property?
No, sir. No, sir. We've been through that process, and the county has no objections, and we've been through the formal process to do that. So there's nothing, again, staff is not for or against here, just bringing you facts, but yes, that's been done, and the county has no problem with Clayton. If we pay Archer's Lodge Fire District and whatnot, those things that have to be done by statute, the county has no problem with us doing this.
Do we have that in writing?
Jeff, I don't know if we've got that in writing or not, do we?
Is that something that would be required or would be prudent?
I'm not going to say either way. Let me get back with you on that whole process. I think the applicant will probably have some answers to that.
Okay, that's all I've got.
Anyone else questions for JD? All right, this has been noted as a public hearing, so if there's anyone wishing to...
Have you heard from the applicant? Sorry.
I'm sorry?
Did you want to hear from the public now or the applicant?
Well, I was in the process of doing that until you interrupted me. So this has been noted as a public hearing. If there's anyone wishing to speak, please step forward and state your name for the clerk.
My name is Vincent Montello. I live in Riverwood Golf Club. I have one question on this annexation part, which for us normals who don't work in this building. If it doesn't get annexed, does that squash the whole project? It does. Thank you.
You have to be annexed in order to get Town of Clayton water and sewer.
That gives me a place to focus. I appreciate it.
And if I misspoke, somebody can correct me, but I'm thinking
I'm sorry?
I said, if I told staff if I misspoke, I need someone to correct me, but I believe, you got to be annexed in order to get water sewer.
Yeah, J.D. Solomon again. The project in blue could go on and be requested to be rezoned and developed, but the project as a whole, if it doesn't get annexed, it can't exist in the fashion that's been proposed. So you're correct, Mr.
Mr. Mayor, I hope it's okay I address now as the applicant.
Yes, sir. That's no problem.
First off, I want to thank you and council for hearing us tonight. This has been a long time coming to get to this night. Our team has put a lot of time and effort into this project, and it means a lot to us. As it pertains to the annexation, I'd like to go back in time because I feel like it's important and it's relevant. When this project came about, clearly, part of it's in the county, part of it's in the ETJ. There was a discussion about where this project should sit. Should it sit with the town of Clayton, or should it go to the county? In the county, we have a permitted use. We can take it to the county, easy peasy. But we felt that this project needed to be in the town of Clayton because of the economic benefit to the town of Clayton, and that there were too many neighborhoods that have been built around the town of Clayton that have not contributed to the economic success of the town of Clayton. At the same time, there was a big debate at the county level about needing to cluster or push this type of development into the towns where there is water and sewer services, et cetera, as well as economically pushing that into the town. So we knew this day one. And we scheduled a meeting on November 21st, 2019 with then town manager Adam Lindsay and his directors to pose this question. What do you want to do? Because we can go either way. And we went through our plan and talked through all of those points, and he and his team said, let's think about it and we'll get back to you. On December 12th, 2019, we had a follow-up meeting to discuss the annexation, rezoning, and the overall project plans again that included service and taxes and fees and wastewater allocation. And at that point, the proverbial thumbs up was given, and we began the process to bring this project before you ultimately here tonight. It took almost a year to August 27th to work out the sewer capacity. We had a pre-app on September 5th. None of these issues were discussed at that meeting. We submitted on November 3rd. We've been through 3 rounds of TRC, at which fire and police have had participation in. To the best of our knowledge, and we have the packets here, there was not a TRC comment on service. We know fire was very active in that process because you will find out later in site plan, we have 6 conditions for fire. Service not being one of them, nor was brought up. We also had a meeting with the town manager, public works director, directors, and chief in this room on January 11th to discuss outstanding projects, this being one. The issue of service was not brought up. We went to planning board on February 22nd and got unanimous approval at planning board. And I believe you have an ex officio to that hearing, and others may have listened. The issue of services was not brought up. We were certified for TRC for this hearing on March 11th. We received staff reports and reviewed your staff reports, and I believe, unless someone can point out, I do not believe there's anything in your reports that pertain to service. So as the applicant, we're just rolling with the punches here on the service issue because we've been at this project for a year, and it's not been really an issue here until the last minute. I would argue in service there are always gray areas. As Councilman Grant has pointed out, going out to Riverwood Athletic Club, there are gray areas of service is what we're using here. I would also like to point out that there's a precedent been set for this in the annexation of the Gordon Road subdivision, which is further out than this neighborhood, and passing more gray areas to service that. as well as Southern Village and South Tech Park. Both of those also are further out and need to be serviced. So we would submit that this has not been a part of the discussion through this process. We believe that the service is adequate. We've been doing it for places like that, Riverwood Athletic Club, Glen Laurel, for years. Now, there may need to be a discussion on increasing service out that way. That's a discussion we've been having since Steve Biggs was here on a satellite location out on that side of the river. That pertains to discussions about library, fire, police, and even a water tower site. Those are all things that need to be discussed and need to be worked out with or without this project. Whether this project goes through or not, those discussions need to happen one way or the other. I would submit that this project will help pay for a lot of that through its tax base and additional fees. So I think this is something that's been contemplated, has been addressed. The town is very innovative in their way of figuring this out. They have been for years, and we believe that precedent has been set, and this is something that should be considered. If not, we never would have submitted it. Lastly, I'll just point out that half of this project is in the ETJ and would warrant service. We're just and will also need to be annexed in. We're just requesting this other piece come with it, as that has also been a part and discussed since November of 2019. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Questions for Mr. Granis?
Mr. Smith, do you have any documentation from the county that indicates that they have absolutely no issue with respect to annexing county property into the town of Clayton?
We were just discussing that with staff. We believe such document does exist. We do not have it here tonight, but that we made sure with town staff that request was made in an effort to move forward with this project. And to my understanding and staff's, that was all satisfied.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Thanks. All right, anyone else? Okay.
Guess this is the right time. My name is Lisa Johnson. I'm gonna try not to get emotional. I am not a person who would volunteer to come and speak in front of people, but I'm very sad and very angry at what I've seen happen to my home. I've lived here my entire life. Before I moved here, I lived at the 4042 area, and you all know the nightmare that that's become. My family still lives there. My parents have lived in the same home for 45 years on a road very much like Castleberry Road. I live at 1340 Castleberry Road. This development does not belong on that road. This road is, Mr. Eberly in the town planning meeting said there are over 50 entrances to this road, and all but 4 of them are private residents. It used to take me 5 minutes to get from my house to Riverwood or to Archer Lodge Middle School. Now it takes me 5 minutes to get out of my driveway and 10 or 15 more to get off of Castleberry Road onto Coverbridge Road. For years, we could not even turn left on Highway 42 because of all the traffic. And you could barely turn right. So we tried to avoid it at all costs until they finally got the stoplight. Now we have that problem on Coverbridge Road. You can't turn left or right. A turn lane is going to make no difference whatsoever because people already move so that people can turn, but you can't get out unless somebody stops and let you out. I'm sorry. Castleberry Road is not a main road, and it was not meant to handle the amount of traffic. None of the roads around here were meant to handle the amount of traffic that we have now. Over at 4042, you can't even move. When the lights turn, you barely move because there's so much traffic that you can't get through. You can't move. It takes an hour sometimes to get from my parents' house to my house, and it used to take 10 minutes. The schools are all either at capacity or over capacity. And the way they've handled that is with mobile units. I'm a substitute teacher. Not only do you have to have schools, you have to have teachers. And there's a shortage of teachers. I've taught in classrooms where there's 30 or more kids. That is very difficult. You don't have time as a teacher to spend the time with the kids that you need to if they need help. Even if they're whispering, it's very loud and they can barely fit in the classroom because they're not big enough to handle that number of children. The county has spent millions of dollars on security for the schools, and then kids are being put in mobile units. They're locked out of the school. I've taught in mobile units. You are shut off from the rest of the school. If a child needs to go to the bathroom, they have to take the teacher's key fob to get into the school. They have to be out in the weather conditions no matter what, because that's where their classroom is. So they have to go in and out all day in the weather conditions. Corinth Holders High School. Its capacity is 1,200. Right now, they are seating around 2,200. And there are still over 20 mobile units behind that school. One elementary school is not going to relieve the overcrowding at all these schools. It's not. If you have to widen Castleberry Road, the majority of the houses down that road, they're old houses. This was farmland, which most of the county used to be. But most of the houses on that road are just a few feet from the road because that's where we were told we had to put our houses because that road was never meant to be a main road. And apartments and townhomes definitely do not belong down that road. I'm devastated because my kids don't even think they want to live here anymore. There's no land left that they could afford because the developers are going to develop on every last bit of it, and there'll be none left. A town only has to grow as much as it wants to, and if you listen to the people, they definitely did not want it to grow like it has grown. Our sewage, our water treatment plant has been needed to be repaired, replaced for years. The roads are in horrible condition. I feel like my car is going to get messed up every time I drive down the road to take my son to school. And when we had the meeting, they said, that's the school board's problem. That's the DOT's problem. How fair is that to just keep throwing up developments and not work with them? I was reading a traffic analysis from 2017. It listed all the road changes that they predicted needed to be done. They said the number of cars that there were in 2017 and predicted how it would be in 2020 and said if these road repairs are not done by then, these projects were not completed, that the roads would grade an F. And I would say they definitely rate an F right now because we're not open right now. The kids are not going to school right now. There are so many student drivers that have to go down Cover Bridge Road. It is a nightmare. I have letters from bus drivers. I say they don't get paid enough to drive in these hazardous conditions, and they're saying if you had to drive the bus on these roads, would you be okay with it? Would you be okay with not even being able to turn left because of so much traffic? People take risks. They pull out because you will sit there forever trying to get out. People say you should be grateful because your house value is going up, but so are our taxes, and our quality of life is going down. I've watched the home I grew up in become virtually unrecognizable. In the last month, I've seen a family that I've known for over 45 years. They lost, their farm was split in half in 1990 when I-40 came through. They fought to keep it. It got split in half. They donated land for a school to be built on. And just last month, they decided that I-40, the state decided to make an exit off of I-40 on Cleveland School Road, which is already so bad. And this family's home, they lost 4 family homes that have to be torn down. They lost their farm, one of the last farms in that area. And it's coming here. Yeah, you're pushing all the farmers out. You're pushing all the people who've lived here their whole lives out because people can't afford it anymore. Their apartments rent for $2,000 a month or more. That's more than my house payment, and I have 3 acres of land, and I have over 3,500 square foot house. That is more than my house payment. I'm just sad because I wanted my children to be able to live here too, and they don't want to anymore. I have so many friends that have moved because they're sick of HOAs, because they want land. And there's not any more that's affordable around here anymore. I told my husband years ago, if Fred Smith ever got hold of that land, we will most likely have to move because the traffic will be ridiculous. Our mailbox has been hit 3 times, and every time the side view mirror was left laying in our yard. That's how fast these people are going down this road. It's a continuous stream. On 42, there used to be a white fence in woods that ran down the road. Now there's a sound barrier wall.
I'm gonna have to get you to condense what you want to say as it pertains to annexation because you're going in too many different directions for the purpose of what we're called.
I will end it. I just wanted to say that the traffic is ridiculous and the building is out of control. And all y'all are hearing is taxes, that they get annexed in so you get more taxes. I don't know, I got off track of what I wanted to do, but I just had to express that I'm sad at what's happened to this town, and it didn't have to happen. And it definitely didn't have to happen before all these improvements were done.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Hello, folks. Appreciate having the time to speak tonight. I'll start off. My name is Alan Stanley. I live at 627 Riverwood Drive. And a few weeks ago, I'll just start off with that. I appeared before the zoning board and expressed some concerns I had with this project. My primary objections were twofold. Number one, recently I just bought a new home. Specifically purchased a lot. It's my dream home. And my lot sits below the wood line behind me. So I knew going in what to expect. I knew there was going to be, during heavy rains, there was going to be water runoff from the woods. So again, I went in knowing that that could be an issue. I just figured there were so many trees, the undergrowth, everything was going to mitigate most of the water coming down, so I wasn't too concerned. Well, during heavy rains, there is a lot of runoff. So what I did, I ended up putting some berms in the backyard to mitigate the water. And that's pretty much taking care of the situation. But again, my concern was with the development, cutting a lot of trees down, I was just concerned that I was going to have a lot more water issues. So that was one of my initial concerns. Another side note is I actually live beside hole number 8 on the Riverwood Golf Course, and all the water from hole number 8, from the green and from the cart path, all that water trickles down, and about half of it comes into my yard. So I get inundated from the golf course. So that was a side note concern that I had. My second and biggest concern when I purchased my lot was privacy. Again, it's my dream home. I specifically bought that lot knowing that, I was going to have privacy in my backyard. It was just something I look forward to my whole life. I've never had a house or a lot like this before. So those were my two primary concerns at the zoning board meeting. So with that being said, shortly after the meeting, I got a phone call from Mr. DeYoung with Riverwood. I did not reach out to him. It was a proactive move on his part and part of management. They reached out to me and they heard my concerns at the zoning board meeting. So they're like, why don't we set up a meeting? Let's come to your home. Let's take a look at your situation. So it totally caught me off guard. I just felt like the fact that they were being proactive in addressing my concerns really meant a lot to me. So Mr. DeYoung, I met him at my property. We spent probably 30, 45 minutes walking the property. He came up with some solutions that I'm very confident are going to work to mitigate any additional water I've got coming off of from the woods. As a follow-up to that, he also set up a meeting with the golf course superintendent. We had a separate meeting. He also addressed my concerns with the runoff from the golf course. So two very proactive meetings that we had, which everything, all the solutions that they suggested, I feel very confident are going to work. But those were the two biggest things. They were very proactive in meeting with me. The buffer, I can't see my property there, but the buffer behind my home is a little bit different than some of the other homes. There's a lot of homes in Riverwood that have a golf fairway that separates their homes from this project. I'm not so lucky. My property basically almost backs up to this new project. I've got a little strip of grass behind my property that separates myself from the wood line. So I don't have that big buffer like everybody else does. So that was a primary concern for me, and that was also addressed by management, Mr. DeYoung specifically. So with that being said, those were my two biggest concerns. They've addressed those. I'm very happy with the solutions that they have proposed to me. And so I'm at that point very much in favor. Let me back up. It's actually some of the water mitigation from the woods is actually probably going to enhance my property. I'll more than likely have less of an issue than I do now. So from a personal standpoint, it's going to help me. So again, I just want to say thank you for your time, and I fully support the project. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else?
We did have two other people who signed up to speak. Maria Montello, did you want to speak?
It's my wife.
Okay.
I think she's going to give me her time.
Okay.
Okay. So last meeting we had a couple months ago, whenever it was, we had a much better community turnout. The outside was packed, and probably a couple of reasons why it's not packed anymore. We do have hundreds of angry neighbors who do not want this project to go through. They're not here. Some, it's spring break, that could have something to do with it, timing. The others have personally told me why they don't come or why they don't care. And the reason is we've lost. When we came to that meeting a couple months ago, the meeting started before we were even allowed in the room. Someone, I guess it's protocol at these meetings, someone stood up and said, we, the council, or we in the building have already decided we are for this. Let's approve this. After all the minds were made up, we got to come in and talk. We knew it wasn't going to do anything. Hundreds of others, many of them who didn't come last time, but the ones who were here last time who aren't here now, many of them just feel you can't fight the Smith family, not in Clayton, can't be done. Why bother? Why spend the energy? Others, they know you can't fight progress, and we all know that. Nobody wants to stop progress. It's funny, you get into these discussions and the opposing side always says, well, it can't always be like it was. You guys are happy you moved here, now you want no one else to come, and no one is saying that. No one is saying we don't want more people to come. We want responsible building in our community, especially in the area where we are. This is not 4042. This is not an artery coming off of downtown Clayton. We're in the country out there. And we know we can't fight progress. That's just the way it is. That's life. But progress doesn't have to be destructive. And this progress is destructive. This is screwing with the ecosystem of Archer Lodge. Aside from the fact, and I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, aside from the fact that the Smith family has a history of broken promises to their communities. You can ask the people at Athletic Club who were promised tennis courts, or the people right in Riverwood Golf who were promised 9 more golf holes. At the last meeting, we were told this road that goes through to Castleberry had to go through because it had been in the plans for 23 years. Well, so were those other 9 golf holes. Why does the road have to go through and those 9 golf holes don't? It has to go through because they can't overdevelop and pillage that land without that road. That's why. There is insanity in the middle of this entire thing that some reason, I don't know why, people aren't talking about. We tried to bring it up at the last meeting, and it's the insanity of these density numbers that were brought up last time. The density that would be very similar to the ones we have now, and what nobody brought up, first of all, physically impossible with 240 apartments to have that unless you're building the city of Washington, D.C. to get the same density. But they're counting wetlands as oh, this is part of the density. This spreads it out. We can't do anything on the wetlands. That would be like in Riverwood Golf where we live now. We have, I think, 1.25 acres or whatever is the density or something like that. If we counted the part we can't build on, which would be the golf course itself, we would have like 4 acres each or something with the 300 houses we have in there. It would be insane. What they're building is house on house on house on house on house. Sure, we'll get the 12 that are right on the golf course. Those will be a little bit more spread out, and all the trees except 1 or 2 in the backyard will be cut down. All of them will be cut down. I've been told that personally by River Wild. People are paying for the view, so we got to cut those trees. I was told that. The density that they give you is a number that they juice. They juice it to get it approved. Sure, it's technically true. They're not lying. I'm not calling them liars. I'm calling them manipulators. They are manipulating the numbers to get this approved. They did it 2 months ago. They're doing it now. I will wrap this up now and say I met with David at Riverwild to discuss a lot of this. And I knew right away that it didn't matter what I said. Minds were made up, kind of like our meeting here 2 months ago. Minds were made up before angry citizens came in the door. I turned to David and I said, why am I here, David? If you guys aren't even going to listen, why am I here? And he said, well, if you haven't brought me any good ideas. Well, I will tell you this. Maybe I didn't bring him any good ideas that day. But the idea of squeezing 240 apartments into middle of a country road, in the middle of a golf course community, in the middle of a place that is already dealing with huge increase in density and traffic and problems. Yes, mailboxes getting hit, all that stuff. To squeeze that in there, that's a good idea for only one entity, and that's a good idea for River Wild and not for anyone else. That, Mr. Smith said last time we were here that he wants to be a good steward of the land. And that's not how you steward land. You steward land by taking care of the land and respecting the land, not by trying to get every inch out of it that is legal to get out of it. Sometimes you buy land to just have the land. Sometimes you want to take a beautiful, huge piece of land and go, you know what? Let's put 50 beautiful houses there. You don't have to always fill up every inch. You don't always have to put up slab-on-grade garbage 12 feet apart. That doesn't help the community. That does not steward the land. Jamming apartments into a rural neighborhood, that's not how you steward land. But you can't stop progress. We know that. We're not trying to stop progress. We can't stop progress, but you guys can. And I'm not saying forever, but the truth is, nobody goes home hurt tonight if you just don't approve this today. I think this needs at least more study. And I think the responsible thing for the council to do, and the mayor, your honor, the responsible thing for you to do is let's get more information on this. Let's find out more. The police problem from earlier, the fire department thing from earlier. I'm not as lucky, whoever that other man who was here from my subdivision had a meeting with River Wild and they gave him some good ideas, because I came out of my meeting feeling I wasted an hour of my life because they did not want to hear anything. I will just leave you with one last thing and get out of here. It's really all on you guys. We know we don't have the power, but if you do the right thing, you guys can be the heroes here. And I'm not saying stop the project. I'm saying there's no reason to rush to judgment. There's no reason this has to be done today. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Anyone else wishing to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing and I'll turn it over to council for their discussion.
Quickly, I have comments. Did you want me to read them into the record now?
Please.
We have another gentleman who wants to speak. Please feel free to come up.
I'm Wade Holloway. I live at 8404 Crowder Road in Raleigh, North Carolina. And my two brothers and I own 162 acres of the property that's being discussed here tonight. And it was discussed at the public hearing for the planning board. The other 139 acres of this 301 acres we're talking about belongs to the applicant and his people. We put this piece of property on the market April the 14th, 2004. We've had three good prospects wanting to buy over the time, but for some reason it fell through. We've got a prospect now that wants to purchase this property, and he can actually make it work. We've got 162 acres. He's got the 139 acres. By joining them together, that puts infrastructure that they've got on their property already onto this whole piece of property, making it available for me and my brothers to be able to sell our property. And in order for them to use their land like they would love to use it, they need our land, and we need infrastructure on their land to be able to do something with our land. So, I've heard here tonight that they're pushing the farmers out. My daddy was a farmer. I grew up on the farm. My grandma and granddaddy on both sides was farmers. They're not pushing the farmers out. If you're a big farmer and farm 500, 600, 800 acres of land, then you can make a living. But on a farm like I've got with nothing out there but a hay field, we can't make a living on it. And my brothers and I, we want to sell it and make sure that it's used, for a good reason. And the applicant can make this thing work because I've talked with the county about getting sewer to my property, our property, and they have shown me a map saying that your property, all of the property we're talking about, our property is the blue property right there. And the purple property belongs to the applicant. And all of that property right there is in this Johnston County sewer allocation zone. And sewer can be carried to it. And by having county sewer on it, you can push the lots together. Because there's property on both pieces of those property. Ours has got some bottoms in it. Now, if it's in California on the side of the ocean, you could build out there and the ocean be 50 feet below you. But here in North Carolina, you can't build on the bottom, they tell me. They don't make a lot of sense, but that's what I hear. But in order to get the density that this applicant wants, well, as a matter of fact, anybody wants, if somebody else could have bought it and done the same thing, you're allowed so many, they're asking, I believe they said 2.4 houses to the acre. Well, there's areas down there in the bottom that you can't put a house, so you can bring those houses out of that bottom, narrow down your lots a little bit, and get the same density that you could if you had it all over the place.
Mr. Holloway, I'm going to have to, in light of time, because I feel like I have been overly generous with allowing people to speak, and we still have a full agenda. So I want you to keep your comments pertaining to whether you are in favor of this annexation or whether you are not.
Well, I'm definitely in favor of the annexation and the rezoning. Because by that happening, this project could go through, could make a nice neighborhood because everything's in place. They just got to get it rezoned and ready to go.
Thank you, sir.
And I appreciate your time, Mr. Mayor and Councilman.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You can,
Got a little job.
read, because we got to move this.
Yeah, we have several letters that I've been asked to read into the record. First one dated March 31st, Clayton Town Council. I am writing in regards to the proposed Riverwood Golf Club Section 2 development that is under review. I believe that this is a great project for Clayton and all of Johnston County. The proposed project would provide a mixture of housing opportunities that range from executive-style homes to workforce housing with great amenities and lifestyle. It is uncommon to find a housing development that offers such a wide range of housing options to residents, and this is something that our community is in great need of. A mixture of housing products at this scale will help to support our growing industry in Johnston County and will also benefit the county in attracting future development and industry. As such, the Johnston County Economic Development Board is in full support of the proposed Riverwood Golf Section 2 development and requests that you consider the benefits that this project will have, not only on Clayton, but in Johnston County as a whole. And that is signed from Randy Jones, Chairman of the Johnston County Economic Development Board. I am also going to read, received an email this afternoon, I believe council all received it as well from Dana at the Clayton Chamber of Commerce. Her email wanted me to read this. Attached, you will find an expansion of the Clayton Chamber of Commerce's mission statement, a document also known as the CCOC Initiatives Agenda. The CCOC Board of Directors would like to provide this living document to the Town Council in order for them to be aware of the Clayton Chamber of Commerce's stance regarding any initiatives related to those detailed in the document, such as economic development and sustainability, workforce development, education, and quality of life. As an expansion of the Clayton Chamber of Commerce's advocacy efforts, this neutral document is available on our website and is not to be considered in support of any specific project at this time, but as a way to responsibly gauge the level of growth and quality of life we have here in Clayton. And attached to that is a 2-page document. Did you want me to read this into the record, or are you good with having a copy of it?
I think having a copy is fine.
Good. Okay, here we go. This was received from Shannon Hill. I know this is a lost cause, or so I've been told, and that alone breaks my heart that one person can have such a hold over an entire town that what people want doesn't mean one thing to the people they voted in. I've seen it in movies, but to see it in person is just sad and unfair. I'm not going to tell you anything you haven't already heard, but I was driving from Riverwood Golf into downtown, and the roads are terrible. The potholes and roads are not in good shape. Putting in a couple of turn lanes on Castleberry is not going to be enough to take care of all the cars that this subdivision is going to bring. I'm not going to go on and on, as I know you really know all this. Would passing it, but waiting until some of the other major subdivisions are finished before breaking ground be a possibility? Just wait for a while. All these subdivisions don't need to be done at the same time. Every time I drive into a different area of Clayton, I don't even recognize it. I mean, seriously, I almost missed a turn on a road because of apartments and townhomes. It looked totally different. I'm so upset over all of this, I've lost sleep and been sick to my stomach. I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but please take into consideration all the lives that will be affected by this. Our home values are so concerning to us as a community. We can't get answers to any of our questions, and that doesn't seem fair. Please do not just rubber stamp this and give it a go because of who is behind it. I'm not trying to be ugly or mean, but it seems like there are two people in this community who are fighting to see who can build the most townhomes and apartments, and that's not what Clayton is about. I know I can't change your minds. I think if this was your neighborhood, your life, your home, if dwellings are going to be built right across from us on the golf course that are $350,000, that is going to bring the value of our homes so far down, and that's just not fair. Again, I have heard from so many people that this is a lost cause, so they are not even trying to fight it. But I guarantee you, if you were to take a poll of the people in Clayton, especially Castleberry area, Riverwood area, you would get the consensus that people don't want this right now. People aren't even speaking out because they feel like they are wasting their breath. Please let us know that our voices are heard and that this means something. A not right now isn't a no. Thank you for reading. This was received from Shannon Peterson. I strongly oppose this development. The schools are so overwhelmed and crowded. This will just make it worse. The Town Council and Planning Department have made reckless decisions in the past and continue to do so. This will be the worst one to date. And what do citizens get in return? Crowded schools, road, poor infrastructure, and poor quality of life. Please, no more development. This is from Todd Eberly. I would like to voice my opposition to the planned development Riverwood 2. The current mix of apartments, townhomes, and small lots does not follow the future use plan published out by the town of Clayton. The types of homes do not represent the surrounding communities in lot size or build, and the rural area cannot handle the increased traffic or load on the schools. The applicant has stated that Riverwood Golf has a density of 2 units per acre. The correct calculation is conservatively 1.23. The applicant has stated that their homes are similar to the smaller lots, 14,500 square foot in Riverwood, but they are worlds away from each other in build. Castleberry Road has 50 points of entry from the most northerly road proposed on Castlewood to Route 42. The road in its current shape will become a traffic hazard, and the proposed acceleration and deceleration lanes are not adequate. The applicant will state that the roads will not increase traffic in Riverwood Golf Community. Riverwood has approximately 235 homes. Riverwood 2 will have 726 units. There is no way mathematically this development won't increase traffic on our streets. I fully understand that the town is not directly responsible for DOT road upgrades or schools being built to handle capacity. The town is responsible for planned growth that benefits its residents and not just a few developers. Approving this application as it stands is unregulated, uncontrolled growth and does not conform to the spirit of the future use plan for the town of Clayton. If the site is to be developed, please ensure it matches the surrounding communities and does not put a burden on the roads and schools. Sincerely, Todd Everly. I have one more letter. It's 2 pages from Dawn Wilkins. I am writing to you at 7 a.m. on a Monday morning. It is barely daybreak. I just let the dog out and mariachi music is already blaring behind our home. I really do not mind the music. It is an improvement over the noise of construction equipment tearing down trees, leveling acreage, and assembling townhomes, which has occurred most days. Monday through Saturday and on occasional Sundays for over the last 2 years, not to mention the garbage and debris that has been in constant view and often blows into my backyard. I live at 573 Castleberry Road, which is between Stewart's Knob and Vincent Ridge, where a Smith-related company has been constructing townhomes behind our private residence. When we moved here 15 years ago, this was a quiet neighborhood. That all changed with this recent development. Clearing the woods has removed the natural barrier to our property and has increased storm damage to our home and yard, costing repairs and increased noise and wildlife seeking refuge on our property, requiring additional pest control. And now a smell from the wastewater treatment facility down at the Neuse River emanates up to our front yard and back. This is where we like to spend most of our time, listening to the music provided by the construction crew, working in our yard and enjoying peaceful nights with cows mooing in the background. Unfortunately, daily, I see the nice things fading away. Although I know the property being developed was acquired years ago, and I cannot help wondering if this project was not put in place at this particular time simply to add validity to the claim that rezoning for the Riverwood 2 would be in line with the other housing in the area. I believe that a property owner has the right to do what they want with their property. I also believe in Christian consideration for others, and as a gesture of good faith, I am hoping some compromise will be presented and actions will be put in place before the development, not after. I have been told the town of Clayton needs to annex the Riverwood 2 property in order to provide water and sewer, and as a result, the town requires diverse housing, i.e. apartments, townhomes, and single-family homes. I have heard the term multi-generational applied as a warm and fuzzy description, implying that the same families will live and grow in this development for years to come. However, one of our daughters is currently selling her home in Riverwood because it has become primarily a rental area, with little effort put into homeowner property management. This may somehow benefit the development owner and the town, but overwhelmingly, rentals do not normally improve property values for homeowners living within and around the development. It makes our roads more dangerous, our schools more crowded, overcrowded, and simply makes the bad smells worse. I have also been told that the street light will be installed and left turns will be added at the entrances over the 3-mile stretch of Castleberry Road. As I am not thrilled with the idea of traffic backing up at my driveway due to a traffic light or left turn lane as I am trying to leave for work, I must question if anyone really thinks 2 lights and a few turn lanes will compensate for the influx of so many residential units being added to this tract of land. The townhomes behind our property cannot begin to compare its size to Riverwood 2 development, yet construction has been ongoing for over 2 years, maybe closer to 3. I have heard construction of Riverwood 2 is estimated to be 5 to 10 years, during which residents will be coping with ongoing construction vehicles, construction debris, and construction dust and grime, with no relief from poor roads, no enforcement of speed limits, problematic in water drainage, and poor air and water quality. I would ask that the apartments be omitted from the project or at least severely decreased, and I would request that the water treatment and road improvements be a priority, having them addressed and resolved prior to construction of the development. I know the environmental issues may need to be addressed with other offices, and I urge you to assist the residents in getting our concerns noticed to the appropriate governmental departments so they can be resolved. I have been led to believe that the tree line will remain on Castleberry Road and landscape berms will be built again along Castleberry Road to shield housing and recreate a barrier, hopefully decreasing noise and dust as well. I would formally request that the berms be implemented as early as possible. We have a nice little town on Main Street in Clayton. There are several small businesses relying on local customers. The Chamber of Commerce works diligently to organize events for family fun. We have a farmer's market selling local produce, meats, and crafts that are competing for our support. There are also apartments in the area, as well as some potential spots for multifamily housing. I would ask that the town of Clayton focus their direction on improving the downtown appeal instead of creating new areas for commerce. Riverwood has a downtown area that is basically abandoned. Food Lion and the surrounding stores provide most of the commerce, but there are 2 long streets of empty storefronts in Riverwood, so it seems irrational to create a similar environment in Riverwood too. I realize some of these issues are outside of your control, and I will be pursuing those offices as well. I hope that you will trust your better judgment and vote/recommend the actions that match what would be right for those of us already contributing to the Johnston County and Clayton area. Thank you in advance for your consideration of our concerns. Dawn Wilkins. And that's everything that I have.
Thank you. And the public hearing is now closed. I will turn it over to the council for their deliberation. And just getting a little bit of clarification on this, should council decide to annex this property, it should be conditional upon the rezoning going through. So you can approve or disapprove. If you approve, please consider giving it a conditional approval based on what will be coming up after our much-needed break as it pertains to rezoning. Mr. Granis, just to answer your question about verification from Johnston County with respect to are they okay with this being brought into the town of Clayton? They are, and I do believe our town clerk has a email from Johnston County clerk to validate that, just to give you some clarification on your question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Granis.
Mr. Mayor, I've certainly heard all the comments made tonight, both pro and con, both from folks who have been here and folks who have written letters. And I've also looked in our agenda packet and noticed numerous questions from the neighborhood meeting. And I absolutely have compassion for what I hear. And some of the issues I get are serious. However, I think as we all know, developers have the right to develop their property if they comply with the state statutes and the county and municipality ordinances and requirements. Oftentimes, we may not like something, but if they comply with those specific requirements, I feel we have an obligation to vote in favor. Elsewise, as I think we all know, there could be an objection made by the developer. He could ask for a hearing, and chances are they will probably win. And I think you probably know better than most, we've actually had that occur in this municipality. And while it pains me to say that, that's the truth. We've also had a seat at our technical review committee for years that is reserved for a school board member. And they have the opportunity to hear what is coming development-wise, and obviously, if they get in on the ground floor, which they may or may not, that's their choice, they realize that it might be 2-3 years before there's actually facilities on the ground. But the important piece about that I'm trying to convey, they know that there is development that is in the works. Doesn't mean it's going to be approved, but it's in the works. They can carry that back to their board. They can carry that back to the county commissioners, and they can also, most importantly, try to plan for the future, which I think is obviously very important. I think a lot of people clearly don't understand, and it's not their fault, they just don't understand, regarding situations with roads. Some roads are DOT roads. This municipality has no control over those roads. They have no control over the traffic information analysis that are being performed by the NCDOT. If DOT says there is this requirement, that requirement, the other requirement of the developer, they have to abide by that. But if we ask for something that's over and above that is not in a part of the TIA requirements, the chances of getting that are virtually impossible. That's not that we don't try. That's not that we don't have discussions with both the developers' engineers who develop their TIA, which is submitted to the North Carolina Department of Transportation. But at the end of the day, we don't have control over that. Personally, I don't like that. Personally, I think it's unfortunate. But personally, I have an obligation to abide by what the rules and regs are. Sometimes that's extremely difficult for each and every one of us. But I say these things because I do have compassion for what we've heard tonight. And not only tonight, all of us, all these council members have heard many times, many upset citizens. And I get it. And it's frustrating. And I do have compassion. But I have to follow the letter of the law. Sometimes I really don't like that. Other times it's perfectly okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Clear, are you making a motion or are you just making a statement?
I can make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve 2020-160-ANX, Riverwood Golf Club, Section 2.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Mayor, can I clarify that the motion is contingent upon the annexation?
That the motion is contingent upon the
rezoning, rather?
Yes.
Is that?
That, yes. I'm good with that.
Okay. And a second by Councilman Bunn. All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign. Motion carries. Before we go to break, I want to make one statement that I think is very important for everyone watching by camera and sitting in this room. About a decade ago, the state of North Carolina took away the rights of every municipality in the state of North Carolina to be able to annex a property involuntarily. So if we had places that were in town and then it skipped to places that were out of town and then it skipped back to places that were in town, we have no municipality in the state has the ability to create cohesion with that. The only thing the state of North Carolina now has allowed each municipality to do is to take on voluntary annexation. So you can't go after them because you need them to fill in the gap. You can only accept those who are willing to come in. So when your municipality is trying to grow, and I don't mean just Clayton, I mean all of them who are not even as fortunate as we are. When you can't grow because your General Assembly has taken away your authority to grow, then all you have to, in your wellhouse, in your tool to be able to, is to accept those annexations that voluntarily come your way. And a lot of people may not realize that, but that's something that people should reach out to their General Assembly people to say, we would rather you give towns the ability to annex than for them to only be able to annex that which is brought to them. That's all I have to add. At this point, we'll take a 15-minute break. The next item on the agenda is 2020-157 PDD Riverwood Golf Course Section 2 rezoning.
Mr. Mayor, J.D. Solomon, Town Manager, and the interim Town Planning Director. This is a same project as you heard before, but this is the rezoning request. It is legislative in nature and not quasi-judicial. These are the slides that we did at the planning board meeting, so I'm going to run through these rather quickly and basically share with you where the rezoning is moving to. At the top, you see the current. At the bottom, you see the future. This is the view of the property as it exists today, as we showed at the planning board meeting. This is our conclusions on consistency and capability. And finally, this is the recommendation from staff and the planning board on the rezoning. I'm available to take any questions on that.
Any questions or comments from staff at this time? All right, thank you. This has been noted as a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter, please step forward, state your name for the record.
Mr. Mayor, Reed Smith, 114 West Main Street, talking as the applicant. We have a presentation. I'm not real sure how to get that up here and work the machine. I'll say for the record that the annexation hearing was a little unorthodox, and we addressed a lot in annexation. I'm trying to read the room since we addressed so much at annexation that we would have at rezoning, how thorough I should go in at the rezoning. So I'm gonna try to get this as quickly as possible, seeing as we just went through a lot, if that's okay. Our PowerPoint has been submitted to the record with our application. If that's sufficient, we can also just be available for questions.
I'm going to defer to the attorney because I don't know how the record needs to reflect all this information.
I would ask if there's anything new.
I do not believe that there is anything new that has not been said. We obviously have a lot of answers and a lot of explanation for things that have been brought up, but the council has voted on the annexation, so they must already feel comfortable with the answers thus far. So I'm just trying to be respectful about everybody's time. I'll stay as long as y'all want to. You just let me know.
All right. Any questions for the applicant?
I hate to do this, but I'm going to do it. In an explanation of the project, there are several areas where you refer to the 2040 plan, comprehensive plan. And when you're making the references, you actually cite what's actually in the comprehensive plan itself, but you don't really explain how you intend to do that. And I was wondering if you could give us some examples with respect to the proposed zoning. An example I can give you is in the 2040 plan under LU 1.1, it says encourage developments which incorporate high quality design and enhance the quality of life for existing and future residents of the town. Second one is LU2, encourage quality development which maximizes existing infrastructure, promotes walking and biking, and enhances travel safety. Travel safety is a big issue for me. The third one is LU 2.1.2, require vehicle interconnectivity. Forget that one, I don't have an issue with that. LU 2.1.4, require development to integrate sidewalks internally to provide pedestrian connections to existing and future adjacent developments and/or destinations. One specific question related to that would be, is the entire development going to be curb, gutter, and sidewalk?
All right, we'll try to take those one at a time. We do believe that this, and it's hard, and I said this at planning board, and I'm sorry I can't look around, so please forgive me.
You don't need to look at me.
We said this at planning board, it's hard to take the rezoning without the site plan. And it was very hard for your planning board to hear that hearing. And we danced back and forth between both, probably more than we should have, but that's okay. When we pulled these notes in basically what Councilman Granis is asking is our being consistent with criteria 1, which your staff has also agreed with in their report. We talk about land use, maintaining the small town character while accommodating new opportunity for quality of growth and development, encouraging a housing type of variety, housing types with price ranges from executive housing to townhouses and apartments. So I guess what I would answer with is, when we're talking about these different bullet points and encouraging a range of housing, preserve Clayton small town character, encourage a quality development. What we're saying there is we came into this neighborhood with 2.42 units to the acre. We could have come in here much, much higher than that. And as I said at planning board, coming here, we know there was going to be opposition. We've known that from day one. We knew there would be opposition at planning board and whatnot. And we said, how do we, and when the gentleman said be a good steward of this project, we've met with the neighbors extensively. And other than simply saying we won't develop it, when we get there, we can't agree, because we would like to develop it. We've gone through every scenario, every angle, tried, Mr. Stanley we met with and satisfy his concerns. We've tried to do everything we can. When we talk about this, we could have gone in here and just thrown all kinds of density in here, which would not have been quality. It would not have gone to any of these criteria or documents in your code for criteria. We were specific in choosing areas because we do have to have a certain amount of density for the neighborhood to justify it. We were strategic in where we put that density and that development so that it was in a quality manner. On this side of the buffer, we have low density estate lots, consistent with the golf course. When we talk about a higher quality development with materials and whatnot, that is our commitment there to do that. When the gentleman says 12, if you look at your site plan, there's over 150 of them. So I mean, we have committed a significant amount of this project to that type of housing. But then when you get over to the workforce housing, on the other side of a 100+ foot buffer, it is adjacent to News Haven and other neighborhoods that have townhomes and similar type development. We clustered the density there to try to make sure that each adjacent use was compatible with the residents that we would be abutting. So that's what, in our opinion, the spirit of this ordinance is. If you wrap it all together, that is what we've tried to do with this development and trying to take into consideration everyone's concerns, minus just not doing it.
That works for me. Thank you. Under again, the approval criteria, section 4, the capacity of adequate public facilities and services, including schools, roads, recreation facilities, water treatment, potable water supply, and stormwater drainage facilities is available for the proposed use. I'm interested in actually 2 of those specifically. One is schools, and if you feel that the facilities are currently adequate, I would like you to explain that. And then I would like you to be very specific about on-site recreation facilities.
Yes, sir. So as it pertains to school, clearly that's a hot topic, was at planning board. That was discussed here tonight. As it was pointed out earlier, the school board has a TRC seat in this process and has not provided any comments or any indication that it is not adequate. We don't know what the post-COVID school structure looks like. The remote system could continue in some form of capacity. We know there are several charter schools looking at this area, as well as private schools, and a stronger movement into homeschools into this area. I'm not in the county government, so I don't know, I can't speak specifically. I just know what's public record that they've just had a joint meeting amongst the commissioners and the school board members where this was talked about extensively, and I believe, the commitment to building schools is immense, and I believe that will be coming, quickly. With that being said, there is still also adequate facilities being built currently. If you look at Thanksgiving Road Elementary that was built just a few miles from this area, that has helped out this part of town tremendously as it pertains to adequacy for schools. And also Archer's Lodge is going through a process Archer's Lodge Middle is going through a process to add additional classrooms on their wings to expand that school. So I believe, based off of the information I have from the county, that there is adequacy here. Now, the other thing I will mention, and I mentioned at Planning Board, this doesn't all happen overnight. It's not, you approve this and then next week 700 citizens will be living here. It'll take a year just to get through the permitting and CD process with your town staff. By the time we dig a footing on a house, and then it'll be time after that. So this project, before we dig the first footing on a house, will be a year from now, and we'll drag on 5 to 10 years, depending on market conditions. There's plenty of time in there for what not only is currently, I believe, adequate school ability, but for the addition to that and for some of these additions to start to levy the demand. As for recreation facilities on site, I would probably get into this more at the site plan, but we...
That's fine, that particular aspect, you can wait to that. So next question then would be, with reference to questions 5, 6, and 7, 5 is it's been determined that the legal purposes for which a zoning exists are not violated. 6, the question is, it has been determined that there will be no adverse effect upon adjoining property owners unless such effect can be justified by the overwhelming public good or welfare. And 7, it has been determined that no property owners or small group of property owners will benefit materially from the change to the detriment of the general public. The answers that I see are what I call very generalized answers, and I'm curious to know who did the research and made these determinations, and what is the justification for those responses?
Okay. In hindsight, Mr. Mayor, I should have gone through the whole thing. All right, first we would like to introduce our development team that's here with us tonight. This team has comprised our answers that Councilman Granis is referring to. Myself, founder of Riverwood Development, helping put these packages and our answers together. We have several professionals, which I'm going to introduce them and their criteria. I'm not going to read the bios in, and I didn't plan on doing that anyway because I feel like the quasi-judicial hearing is going to be long because we have to do all of that, so I'm not going to do that here. This is a team that put these answers together that your staff reviewed and also said were compiled with and that we're reviewing tonight. David DeYoung, Director of Development, is the AICP planner. Travis Flewitt is with our traffic engineering firm, Kimley Horne. We have with us from Stewart Planning, Cindy Schwarzkopf, AICP planner, as well as Tim Somerville, who is our civil engineer. We also have landscape architect Mike Tarrant, who is a PLA-ASLA. Thad Avon is here tonight with us as our appraiser. We also have our environmental consultant, Bob Zarzecki with SNEC, and our attorney here tonight is Toby Coleman. So with that team compiled the answers to your question, or to the criteria. We have put in generalities in the slideshow presentation for responses. We can get into and drill down into any specific question you like, and I can bring them up and we can dive into it, as detailed as you would like.
I'm not looking for as much detail as I am just how were those, what sort of justification can you give for the answers that are in the agenda packet?
I believe you were on 5, 6, and 7.
Correct.
So I believe, a lot of these are based off of these experts, professional opinion and testimony, as well as your AICP planners and engineers as well. So number 5, it has been determined that the legal purpose for which zoning exists are not violated. So there are no legal concerns or issues related to the rezoning and have been identified. If not, the counter argument needs to be made. Zoning exists as a legislative process for dividing land into zones for different uses. Zoning laws are created for simple purpose of protecting the health and safety and general welfare of the people as it relates to land use, and the health and safety and general welfare of the town will not be impacted, in our opinion and our experts' opinion. If staff feels differently, or if one of their experts feels differently, we would want to hear that. To date, and in their staff report, they have not said so. The proposed rezoning is a compatible design, residential, giving the surrounding existing development. It is residential to residential rezoning. The proposed rezoning will allow, and that's a fact. I can have one of our planners get up and testify to that. The proposed rezoning will allow for infill development on the site, which is complementary to the existing development on the surrounding properties. This development is like a donut. We're just filling in the donut. As staff alluded to earlier, everything is developed around this. This development, asking from a rezoning residential to residential, is inside of all that development around there. And future development of the property will adhere to require buffering outline in the UDC. That has to do that. So I think when we were preparing for these answers and what you have in your packet, our professional experts, while working with your staff, come up with these answers, and that they meet the criteria and qualify for the worthiness of your staff recommending approval on the rezoning and having met all these criteria.
So would it be fair to say then, because of their expertise, they have done the responsible research to determine the answers to these questions, and that is what we see?
Yes, sir. And, there have been studies that have provided to back up that research. The traffic study is in your packet, so when, issues come up to traffic and, the DOT, there's studies that are done to back up and support that. The planners, we submit an extensive set of drawings. They go through TRC. As I mentioned, we've been through 3 rounds of TRC on this project. Each round of TRC, your staff is looking at our plans that we submit and giving comments back and forth on these criteria and the project as a whole. And, we got to narrow it down till it's worthy enough to be TRC certified to come here with a recommendation of approval. So there's a lot of research, a lot of work done, a lot of collaboration with the applicant and staff to get to the point where we get here to satisfy these criteria.
I'm good. That's all I got.
All right. Anyone else with questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I would like to point out at the planning board meeting we did come, and there was opposition there as well. If you're not aware, planning board unanimously made a recommendation for approval. These were some of the quotes from Bucky Coates, Marty, and Andrea on their comments on our rezoning and site plan. I thought they were very observant and relevant, particularly Mr. Bucky Coates and Andrea, where, they're basically saying, in my opinion, most of the comments made, these citizens won't be happy at 2 units per acre, much less 2.4. Andrea later says that the current zoning would already allow for development. So again, a lot of the comments that we have heard from the public would be an issue regardless of what got developed. And I think that was very astute. What we're bringing here, we feel like is a responsible development with densities that is spread out with criteria that have been met. And I think your planning board recognized that again, there's going to be opposition. That's part of this business. I think we've done as good a job as we can. I think your planning board recommended that shy of just not doing it, and that for us is not an option. So I think I commend your planning board for noticing that and wanted to share that with you today on their unanimous recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, anyone else wish to speak on this? No one else wishing to speak, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the council. Oh.
Waiting for somebody else, but I guess it's me now. Everybody heard what I said a while ago. Anybody here that didn't? Yeah, I'm not going over all of that, but I will say that the applicant can make this work. I don't have any doubt about it. And it's going to make a nice looking neighborhood out of it. I'm surprised tonight that some of the people that talked from over in Riverwood didn't bring up the traffic problem over there. And I can understand it. I got on my way home the other night, I said, man, they have got a problem. If you go into Riverwood, you go in the same way and you come out the same way. So by the applicant taking our property or putting it with his property, that gives him another way to hook a stub out that's already on the map in Riverwood to our property, put a new street in and tie into that stub out and go 1 mile through the woods. That's what it is, approximately through our woods to Castleberry Road. Right now, if someone lives at the bottom end down in the new section of Riverwood, and they go to school at East Clayton Elementary School at Castleberry Road in 42 East, they've got to go approximately 7 miles around to get down there. With a new street put through there, it will be around 2 to 2.5 miles out of Riverwood into it. And it's also going to help take some of the traffic that's going out on Loop Road right now and eliminate some of that problem because they can cut through the other road. They need another outlet for that area back there, and this is going to give it to them.
Mayor, these issues are getting into the development plan more than the rezoning.
Right.
If Mr. Holloway may want to hold those comments till the quasi-judicial process.
This is not the quasi right here.
No.
This is just the rezoning.
Rezoning hearing, that's all we.
Of a rezoning.
Thank you. Last call. It's closed, and I'll turn it over to the council for their discussions.
Mr. Mayor, after considering the recommendation of the Planning Board and Planning Director, I move to approve case 2020-157 PDD Riverwood Golf Course Section 2 Ordinance 2021-04-02 and to approve the statement of consistency and reasonableness included in the agenda packet.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of the rezoning. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Up next on the agenda is the 2020-158 SD Riverwood Golf Course Section 2 subdivision. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and I will turn it over to the attorney for a quick briefing on the quasi-judicial process.
Mayor and council, as you know, the quasi-judicial process is a fact-finding hearing. It's not a legislative process like the zoning or annexation where you have any discretion. Under a quasi-judicial proceeding, the use is allowed by right subject to meeting certain conditions. If those conditions are satisfied, then the permit must be allowed. It does require that with respect to matters such as property valuation, traffic, stormwater, anything of that nature would require expert testimony, not lay testimony. There is witnesses are sworn, and there is an opportunity for examination, cross-examination, and document review. And there is an ex parte contact rule with these types of proceedings, so you shouldn't have been lobbied individually by anyone in connection with the application.
All right, thank you, sir. All right.
Mr. Mayor, this time, as council said, this is quasi-judicial. I'll turn it over to the clerk. Do you want to swear people in at this point?
Yes, anybody who wishes to offer testimony, if you could please rise. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you. When you come up, could you please make sure that you sign the sign-in sheet when you offer your testimony? Thank you.
J.D. Solomon, Town Manager, Interim Planning Director. As far as matter of finding of fact, I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. I've worked with different types of developments for the past 30 years. Was a AICP for about 10 years before my certifications got too numerous to support anymore. And so those are kind of my perspectives. You've probably heard enough from me, so I'm going to introduce this topic and turn it over to Jeff to talk about some of the different matters. I will not steal his thunder, but there are about 21 conditions I think you've got in your package. I believe we agree with all of those conditions with the applicant as far as I know, except for 2. And so Jeff will not be reading all those to you, but they will be in the record, and we will discuss those 2 together as he goes through his presentation. So Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Let me introduce myself for the record. Jeff Keen, Senior Land Use Planner, Town and Clayton, here to present the subdivision portion of the Riverwood Golf Course, Section 2. I'm sure I'm going to probably go a little bit faster than normally would through the slides, since everybody has probably seen these slides before, know the location, and know the general size of it. So we'll just kind of keep moving on down the list until we hit the high points. As JD mentioned, there are a big 34 plus conditions. We have been in contact with the applicant to discuss all of them. There are two specific conditions. One of them we have spoke about earlier in the public process, and one of them will probably need some more explanation from JD when we get to that point. So just to recap real quick, this is a master plan for approximately 723 units, multifamily, single-family residential unit. It does comprise of single-family large lot, single-family small lot, townhomes, and apartments. So here's the general overall site plan according to the applicant that was submitted to us. They did mention the density of 2.42 units per acre. Keep in mind, when we talk about density, according to the development code, the UDC, it doesn't give gross or net density, it just says density, which is units over acreage. So in this type of situation, you are not allowed to subtract out parcels of the property that are undevelopable. So in essence, 323 divided by 300 is approximately 2.42. And here's a more specific breakdown of the different types of products, including the maximum impervious coverage, setbacks, and any other part that goes more into the details of how the development will fit on each individual lots. One thing I do want to note that driveways will all have a 25-foot setback from the back of the sidewalk to the front of the garage, so that you can allow multiple types of vehicles to park there, from the smallest Honda Civic to, say, a larger truck or some sort of SUV. And just for brief, this was also in the site plan set that was submitted. These are just taken from the application to show the different types of housing products which they're proposing on the different size lots. It kind of goes through some bullet points of what they're proposing and some general, these are not an exhaustive list, it just kind of highlights a couple points that were proposed in their site plan, but at least you have a general overview of what type of product and how it will be placed on individual lots, from the type C townhomes with some sort of parking lot in the front to larger quarter-acre homes with individual driveways to each lot with side yards and rear yard setbacks. And again, as the applicant mentioned, the amenity center. So here's the overall view of what comprises of the amenity center. It should be noted that there is a list of amenities there, but they're not required to put in all the amenities identified. So in this case, for example, amenity center, it says 3 uses minimum. They list 6 of them right there. As well as the mini park, there's a number of uses identified as well, but they're only stating that they will put in a minimum of 2 of the approximately 8. I can't do a quick calculation, but it's 8 items identified there. We have taken a closer look to see if it meets the UDC standards, and we believe they do. But again, this is just some of the items that they're proposing for the amenity center that the council can take a closer look at and use their discretion if 3 are satisfactory or not. The applicant has also identified a phasing plan. There's approximately 16 phases to this project. It doesn't go through 1 through 13, but you have to include phase 5A and 7B. So by the time you add everything up, it does equal about 16. There is no specific order in which these phases go through. So for example, we're not going to start with phase 1 and continue on to phase 2 and phase 3. They are able to pick and choose which phases, in which direction they would like to build first. However, it should be noted that each phase must be self-sufficient and stand alone as required by the UDC Development Code requires it. So if, for example, the phase stops and there's no more development, that phase should stand alone and meet town requirements as it comes to a subdivision. Another topic that was brought in tonight was sewer and wastewater lines. As mentioned before, there has been discussions between the town and Johnston County. So I wanted to add these bullet points in there that there has been added capacity due to a couple industrial facilities that have been taken offline, which allowed this development to kind of take over that was given up from some large industrial uses. This project will be paying system development fees. There's been a new change of policy, so system development fees will be paid during the moment of building permit. There will be coordination, although water and sewer does go through Johnson County. Coordination will go through the town since this development will be a town customer. So if there's any questions about utilities, everything will be coming to us first, so we can have a conversation with this. And then in order to kind of get to where we're going, there were 2 main options that were analyzed. One of them was to pump directly into the town sewer system, and the other one was to utilize Clayton's purchase capacity into the Johnson County treatment plant. It was determined that coming into the town sewer system was probably more expensive, so the applicant and town staff have come to an agreement that it'd probably be best to go through Johnson County's treatment facility. There is capacity which the town has purchased, in which case the applicant will be using that and hence part of the coming into our jurisdiction and becoming a town customer. The topic of traffic was also brought up tonight, and I'll briefly go over these things. Here are just some of the highlights that were brought up from the traffic analysis. The next couple slides do show the 3 improvements on Castleberry Road. I'll go into more specific detail, just highlighting each one. These were also identified, not only the traffic impact analysis study, but as well into the site plans that were submitted by the applicant. As one person brought up, this is an NCDOT road. NCDOT does have jurisdiction over this road, and they were the ones who came up with these recommendations. So with that being said, the analysis from NCDOT is in your packet, and so you can read what the state has said would be a good recommendation for improvements along this stretch of Castleberry. One comment also brought up was sidewalks. There will be sidewalks, especially along Castleberry. It has been noted in the site plans that for the stretch along this project, sidewalks will be placed along Castleberry Street for pedestrians to walk safely up north and south that the town will take it over and maintain it once everything's been turned over to our jurisdiction. So I'll just kind of pause slightly here so everyone can take a close look at it versus me just going into detail of it. But, here's subject location number 1. Talks about the roadway improvements along Stewart and Knob Drive. It does look like there's a turn lane going in and also a through lane. So most of these situations, you're going to see middle turn lanes or some sort of safety lane in the middle of the road for people to turn left into or out of these developments. And in this location, this is one of the main thoroughfares, kind of the intersection of the crossroads, if you will, between Castleberry and what we call improvements at Timberland Lane and Road 11. Timberland is on the left, Road 11 is on the right, into the meet together at Castleberry Road. Here's the proposed traffic improvements along that major intersection. And again, on the north side of the project, this is also in the site plans for further study details. Hopefully everyone had an opportunity to review it. And also the traffic impact analysis did talk about these types of improvements and suggestions. So talking to the consistency and compatibility, the staff did take a look at these land use goals, and it's one thing to have a project specifically meet every single land use goal. In most cases, they meet some of the land use goals and some of them are not applicable. In going into further detail, one thing I would like to note is this project, they're proposing low density residential. And it's important to note that under is the current, we take a snapshot today, this very second, until everything's been passed and approved, part of the property that's located within the ETJ is identified as rural residential, and the other part is obviously within Johnson County. With this development, the applicant is in a sense requesting a comprehensive plan adjustment, comprehensive plan change from a rural residential in a Johnston County zoning. And in order to bring everything in, the Johnston County zoning should meet the closest zoning and comprehensive plan for the project being proposed. And as such, a comprehensive plan adjustment for the rural residential area, if you put all this stuff together, you're going to end up with a low density residential. One note I will make, if you read the comprehensive plan under low density residential, it does state that low density residential is up to 3 dwelling units per acre. However, a mix of residential uses may occur under planned development residential, which is what the zoning, the applicant is proposing for zoning, so long as it does not exceed 3 units per acre. So in essence, the low density residential, if you read it, talks about low density lots, single family homes, but there's a sentence in there that says you can have mixed residential uses, so long as they're proposing a planned development residential. So that's kind of how this type of development is being brought into this comprehensive plan designation, is via the zoning. So with that being said, we do find consistency and compatibility based on the site plan, based on the zoning, and based essentially because if you have the zoning, the comprehensive plan must meet the zoning, hence the change in the rural residential to low density, and bringing it in from the Johnson County would meet low density residential. So with that being said, if the council approves this project, staff does recommend that conditions be placed on the overall application. As I mentioned, there's quite a number of them. I'll just show them, and then I will bring, and I'll hit just a couple of highlights. Obviously I'm not going to read them, but I just want to hit some of the big ones that the applicant has, although the applicant hasn't signed the conditions of approval, they do have them, but have not signed them. These are some of them that there were no edits to. So there are some that they have edits to, which we're going to talk about in a second. But here's some big ones they just, okay, and move through. So one of them is, if approved, each individual phase will come back through a site plan or subdivision plan for final review and approved by the Town Technical Review Committee. So this isn't it. This is the big picture, and as each phase comes in, we'll be able to take a closer look to make sure it meets the technical aspects of it and ask very specific questions of each individual phase. So they're coming back under the new development code. The technical review committee will give their recommendation to the director, and the director have final approval. So it would not be coming back to the town council. So that's one of the big changes. The other ones, and for your reference, that's number 5. Let me just go on to number 11. Number 11 talks about no more than 180 units shall be issued building permits. It talks about the amenity center. 180 is approximately 25%. And speaking internally, we want a specific number. So if 181 is ready to go, we can stop and say, where's your amenity center? Why isn't this being built? Because people are now moving in. And we specifically stated units because, for example, on apartments on a lot, which could have multiple units. So I want to make sure that 180 units, again, approximately 25%, the amenity center will be picked up. We want to make sure street and parking lot design, cul-de-sac design is going to be reviewed and approved for emergency services and other elements by the town engineer and also the fire department. So we take safety very seriously. And one of the issues we have is going to be street widths, parking, cul-de-sacs, et cetera. So again, those aspects will need to be reviewed again by staff to make sure it meets their criteria. And then moving on to 17 with the traffic impact analysis. Traffic, again, was mentioned quite a bit today. I put 360 units, which is approximately 50% for road improvements, so along Castleberry. So if they reach about 50%, the improvements should be started and wrapping up because there is potential for an increase in volume of traffic on a 2-lane road. We want to make sure at least NCDOT congestion management analysis was taken seriously. So we capped it about 50% or 360 units. And that's it for just the highlights. The two aspects I wanted to bring up that we had further discussion, one of them is number 10, which we talked about earlier tonight, and that was Archer Lodge Fire District. So I don't want to rehash this again unless somebody has any questions about this. I think JD did a pretty good job earlier today to discuss it. So if anyone has any questions specifically to that condition, we can bring it up now. If not, okay, I just wanted to double check that one. And then finally, it's going to be condition 21. And I'm going to turn this over to JD so we can go into more detail of what it says and then what the intent, what we're getting at with this one.
Can you share the edit with them? Do you have it in your file? We had a slight edit we sent to this thing too. I'll get it.
Yeah, okay.
Let me speak to it. Yeah, this went back and forth. Let me say this first too with the finding of fact. Part of the sewer issue here was a choice the applicant had, and he's talked about that in some earlier things, but one option was to go into our system directly where we could go to our new wastewater plant. And we're trying to work with the applicant. We looked at those costs and he brought those costs to us, and they seem to be more prohibitive than to use part of our allocation that we have purchased from Johnston County. We actually own allocation on the Johnston County wastewater plant, and we could wheel it kind of through that and use the allocation that town's already bought. And part of the reason we have that capacity for the public benefit is because we bought it for the industrial users. It was part of a swap we did years ago that started with 600,000 gallons, and then we bought some more to take to 1.4. That is restricted for industrial use, and the county reminded us again of that last Wednesday. But in this case, in working with the developer, the cheaper route was to go that way. And so while they're a customer, we're going to use what we've paid for and deduct that away from that industrial capacity. Now, in 2023, we will have that capacity back because the industrials we've flown to our new plant. And so we will need to fill that up. The condition that's here, and again, we've changed the wording a little bit, is the Johnston County sewer system. It is currently Johnston County sewer system, but we are, as this council knows, working with Johnston County on both water and sewer right now to look at how those boundaries are and how we handle sewer in the future. And then accepted by Johnston County. This is our client. This is not Johnston County's client, and we do have a large subdivision to monitor over the years in the phased approach. So just like we would do in comparison with our industrial clients here, sometimes we will that wastewater to Johnston County, but that is entirely our option as a town. And so if we decide that we want to move this back north or use it somewhere else or not send it to Johnston County anymore for some reason, it is not a deal between the applicant and Johnston County. It is a deal between the applicant and Clayton. Further, we've asked in this is that anything that needs to be done as far as improvements to that pump station, there are 2 pump stations in the system and some pipelines, that be committed to in advance. And the concern that we have here is we don't want to do this multi-phase project that, as Jeff mentioned, could be done in any combination of things and do pieces of it and then realize somehow we've got ourselves in a corner. So there are no findings of fact because in a master plan, they don't do all the engineering. So they can't even tell us, and we don't know exactly what specific improvements need to be done. And so what we're saying here is you show us what that is as a condition. You commit to paying for that on paper. I can tell you that we will work with the applicant, and I think this council will too, if it looks like an economic hardship. But we don't want small pieces being done, and then we figure out halfway through after the property could be flipped or anything could happen, that we don't have enough and we've got a mess that the town's got to bail out the citizens with. So we're asking the developer here to commit that up front and be willing to do that up front, exactly what that says. And again, we have tried to work with the developer. We have worked with the developer so far on costs to find the cheapest way to do this. And we will work with the developer again, I think, for this council's approval to figure out a way to phase this. But it needs to be on our terms, not the county's terms, and not the developer's terms. And so that is what we asked for on Object 21. I think that's all we have, Jeff. Do you want me to move forward here? I think that is the extent of our presentation, to try to be brief, and we'll take questions.
Mr. Granis.
With respect to water sewer, do we currently have capacity to take care of their first phase?
Yes, we have capacity to take care of their first phase of whatever that may be, whether that's the annex part you did or the properties that now exist with approval. We will have capacity for the first phase. But I'll remind the council that we are in the process of running out of wastewater, so we have to be careful with how we phase and what we approve.
Okay.
That's wastewater.
What about water?
We are working with water as we speak, and there are issues with concerns about available capacity in the western part of the county that we still need a few weeks to determine just exactly where we stand with that.
Do you foresee that as being a showstopper?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, if that's it from staff, we'll hear from the applicant.
Reed Smith, 114 West Main Street. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to try to get through this, but this is quasi judicial, so it's going to take a little bit. First, again, thank you for hearing us tonight. We are excited about this project and feel like it's going to be an asset not only for the current citizens, but especially the future citizens of the town of Clayton. First, I would like to introduce our team here tonight, and I will read their bios to tender them as expert witnesses into the record. Tonight we have Cindy Schwarzkopf with Stewart. Cindy is the Vice President and Client Relations Manager at Stewart. She has over 27 years of planning and municipal coordination experience as both at a local government planner and consultant. She has been an AICP certified planner for 27 years. Cindy. Dave DeYoung is the Director of Development at Riverwood. He is an AICP certified city planner with 27 years of experience working with both the public and private sector agencies. He has been a certified planner through AICP for 21 years. Tim Somerville, our PE with civil engineering. Tim is a Director of Civil Engineering for Stewart. He has been a North Carolina registered engineer since 2010 and has over 18 years of experience in both public and private sectors. Tim. Mike Tarrant. Mike is the managing studio leader at Stewart Engineering and became a licensed landscape architect in 2011. He has over 18 years of experience with the last 15 years focused in the Triangle area. He has worked in both the private and public sectors. Mike. Travis Fluitt is a senior transportation engineer with Kimley Horne. He became a registered engineer in the state of North Carolina in 2008 and has a degree in transportation engineering. He has over 17 years of experience performing traffic studies for hundreds of public and private sector developments across the state. Travis? Bob Zarzecki is our wetlands department manager principal at Soil and Environmental Consultants. He has over 20 years of experience and has a bachelor's degree in fisheries and wildlife along with a minor in botany from North Carolina State University. Bob also has several professional certifications, including an NC Division of Water Quality Surface Water Identification Certification. Bob? Thad Avent is the owner and manager of Avent Permitter Group. He has 29 years of experience in real estate appraisal and consulting. He is a state certified real estate appraiser. And Toby Coleman is our attorney from Smith Anderson here tonight. I tender all these expert witnesses into the record. Next, and I'm going to try to go through as expeditiously as I can, Mr. Mayor. In the interest of time, we do have our project overview. This application is a preliminary plat of 301.9 acres located off of Castleberry, just north of the Neuse River. As we get into the site plan, staff did a really good job going through the site plan and different uses of the site plan as we've discussed at length here tonight. We tried to cluster densities around the appropriate areas while committing to both a diverse development, both in executive style and workforce housing. We have placed the executive lots over near the golf course that are in the kind of pink purplish color across the buffer that kind of splits the property. These will be neighboring the golf course lots and will be compatible to those. Once you cross the buffer, you'll get into the workforce housing that is also similar in nature in single family and townhome product that is similar to what is in Neuse Haven and the Rose Landing townhomes. I will point out our density is at 2.42. The Neuse Haven neighborhood has densities of 3.27 and Rose Landing has densities of 5.75. So again, we could have gone in here and packed a lot more, but that was not the goal here. On this 300-acre site, you can see all the light blue and light greens are in open space and RCAs. 84 acres are in open space, 87 acres in RCAs. That's 171 acres in both. That's 57% of this development is either in open space or RCAs. You can see just from the coloring how that's a lot of the development. We took our time. It was very intentional in how we approached and went into, placing that density and protecting the environmental areas as well to produce the best possible product as possible. The dark green colors you'll see is the improved open space. I'll kind of detail that out in the middle, but I did not want to leave that out on the master plan. So at the top, we'll start with the red star. That is the location of what will be our amenity center with pool. This would be the similar type of amenity that you would expect at Riverwood Athletic Club or Lionsgate, you know, similar to the representation we made at Ashcroft a month or so ago. Be building these probably at the same time. So we're excited to be able to offer these additional amenities to the people in the area, especially for the citizens here in this future RGC that will be able to walk, you could argue, to these amenities for swimming, athletic, and golf. So we feel this is going to be a huge asset to this neighborhood as it pertains to amenities. Well, we didn't stop there either. We also committed to placing these pocket parks in areas that were further away from the main amenity. We have 2.11 acres in total there. Options include that we would bring back at site plan and engineering, dog park, benches, multi-use paths, shade structures, play structures, fitness station, et cetera. We will bring those back at subdivision, but we have committed those areas to amenities. As I said in annexation up front, this was the main reason we're here tonight as far as bringing this development to the town. We wanted the town to benefit from the financial strength of this neighborhood versus it being another Flowers or 4042 area that is close to the town but is not contributing to the town's economic future. So that was our driving factor for bringing it this way. If you look at this recreation and open space fees is almost $1.5 million estimated. That is significant. The county's fee is less than half or more than half of that. But we feel like these residents will be using town rec and they need to contribute towards it as a development. SDFs, we've talked about that extensively. Over $3 million will come to the town for their system. As staff has pointed out, we will be paying the improvements in the county system. That's on us, in addition to paying these SDFs. I will get to this in a minute, but all of that has prior been negotiated and ironed out. So in addition to the SDFs that the town will be getting, we will also at the same time be paying the county to upgrade their system to handle the additional flow that will be on us. It does not eat into your SDF dollar amounts. Not to mention a small neutral offset fee of $209,000, which total the general fees come into the town upwards of $4.7 million, and then our estimated tax annual base perpetually based off current tax rates and property would be a little over $1 million perpetually for the town of Clayton, which we believe is significant. All right, further criteria in the interest of time. These have been submitted to your staff. We are going to tender this PowerPoint in the record as our answers. We are going to dive into the findings of fact. However, in the interest of time, we are not going to dive into the criteria afterwards. If council would like to, we will. We're just trying to be respectful of time. So we are going to insert these criteria into the record. So as we get to the findings of fact, I am going to bring up some of our expert witnesses to review these. So Cindy and Tim, if you'll start heading this way. Finding of fact number one, that this development is consistent with the adopted plans and policies of the town. We believe that it is consistent with the UDC, and the master plan received TRC certification from town staff. Also in your staff report, staff has found that we also meet this fact. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan 2040 specifically, these areas which we've already discussed tonight. So Cindy, I'll ask you, in your professional opinion, do you believe that this development is consistent with the adopted plans and the policies of the town?
I do.
Tim, as a licensed engineer, do you believe that this development is consistent with the adopted plans and policies for the town?
Yes, I do.
So then we move on to finding of fact number two. The subdivision meets all required specifications of this chapter. This development does meet all the requirements of the UDC. Your staff also in your report notes that we meet this finding. Master plan approval criteria has been met and addressed previously in this presentation. The master plan has been TRC certified by the town. Staff reports indicates compliance. Each individual phase will be further reviewed as minor site subdivisions submitted by the town's TRC to ensure compliance with UDC requirements and any conditions of approval that may be placed on the development. So again, Cindy, and your expert, is your expert testimony that this subdivision meets all required specifications of this chapter?
Yes, it does.
Tim, is it your expert testimony that the subdivision meets all required specifications of this chapter?
Yes, it does.
Okay. We will move on to finding of fact number 3. I'll invite Thad and Travis to come up as well. The subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character and existence standards for the development of properties in the surrounding area. The development provides access directly to the abutting residential subdivisions, which is something the town requires in its code, which will enhance the accessibility of emergency services and existing development. The development is compatible with the surrounding residential development. This development is proposing a mixture of housing types which is similar to and is compatible with the surrounding developments, offers a variety of housing options and price points necessary to satisfy demand of Town of Clayton, and off-site traffic improvements will be installed to lessen the impact on the surrounding properties. So Cindy, is it your expert testimony that this development meets finding of fact number 3, that the subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character of existing standards for development of the properties in the surrounding area?
It is.
Tim, is it your expert testimony as well that this development will meet finding of fact number 3? I'm not going to read it in each time if that's okay. Tim, if you'll just say that it meets finding of fact number 3.
Yes, it meets finding of fact number 3.
All right, Travis, is it your expert testimony that this development adheres and meets finding of fact number 3?
Yes, it is.
And Thad, is it your expert testimony that this neighborhood meets finding of fact number 3?
Yes, I agree with that statement.
So then we will go into finding of fact number 4. I'm going to ask Travis, Tim, and Bob to come up here for this one. Finding of fact number 4, the subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion with the immediate area and will provide for the unified and orderly use or extension of public infrastructure and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, and general welfare. A TIA was performed and reviewed by the town and NCDOT, and required improvements will be installed by the developer to mitigate congestion. All public infrastructure will be installed, extended to ensure facilities are in place in conjunction with the phasing of this development. The environmental features within the development are being protected as passive open space. Travis, is it your expert testimony that this development meets finding of fact number 4?
Yes, it is.
Tim, is it your expert testimony that this development meets finding of fact number 4?
Yes, it does.
And Bob, is it your expert testimony that this development meets the criteria, or the finding fact number 4?
Yes, it does.
All right, that was really fast. We're going to be available for questions if y'all would like to dive into those deeper, but we wanted to make sure we got all of those answers on the record. We did, however, want to dive into number 4 a little deeper. I think that's relevant and important because traffic has been discussed a lot tonight. So I'm going to turn it over to Travis, and I would like for him to walk through the traffic improvements that are going to be required here quickly on the subdivision.
Good evening, Travis Fluitt with Kinley Horne & Associates, 421 Fayetteville Street, Suite 600, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601. Yes, we prepared the traffic impact analysis for this site in September of last year. The baseline traffic data was a combination of the traffic forecast from the NC 42 widening project by NCDOT and traffic counts collected last year. The traffic forecasts, the intersection of Castleberry and 42 were used for the year 2030 build-out year. Those were carried through along Castleberry Road. The traffic count at Castleberry and Covered Bridge Road was factored up to balance with that forecast, and volumes on Covered Bridge Road, were also grown to balance with other recent counts along Covered Bridge Road to reflect non-COVID conditions. Then we generated the site traffic, added that to the network, and as you see here, the recommended improvements in coordination with NCDOT are left turn lanes at the site driveways shown here at the intersection of Castleberry Road and Stewart's Knob Road, the northbound left turn lane on Castleberry. I'll also note, as shown on this slide, that there's been a request submitted to NCDOT to reduce the speed limit on Castleberry Road to 45 miles an hour. However, per NCDOT, they are not going to evaluate that speed limit reduction until the project is built out. They actually want to see the traffic in place and see what the impact is. Their anticipation is that the increased number of driveways and the additional traffic on Castleberry may result in lower speeds, but they want to see that before they reduce the speed limit. On this slide are the other improvements at the turn lanes, the left turn lanes on at the driveways on Castleberry Road. Other improvement not shown, and that is a northbound right turn lane on Castleberry Road at Covered Bridge Road. And with those improvements in place, all of the study intersections are expected to operate acceptably, except for the intersection of Castleberry at Covered Bridge. But with the recommended improvement in place, I'll note that that intersection is expected to operate with long delays with or without this project in place. And at least in the PM peak hour, the recommended improvement results in reduced delays below the background level at project build out. I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all have.
Mr. Grass.
First of all, when your study was done, was anything taken into account with respect to being in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic? And if so, what?
Yes, sir. We used the traffic forecast from the NC42 project. Those forecasts were prepared pre-COVID, and so they reflect pre-COVID conditions. And then, as I mentioned, the traffic count at Covered Bridge and Castleberry, which was performed during COVID, was factored up to represent non-COVID conditions to balance with the other counts that were done pre-COVID.
And I noticed that there are no signals required other than at 42 and Castleberry, which is already in place.
Correct.
I'm very curious and very dismayed that the only thing that's going on at Castleberry and Covered Bridge is an extended right turn lane. The reason I say that is, in my experience, being out there quite often, even today, at various times of the day, it's extremely difficult to make a left turn. And based on the report, I believe I read, nothing will change or no improvements will be made until, I believe, 2030. Did I read that correctly?
Do you know when we're going to do that improvement at Covered Bridge? I do not know at what phase that improvement will be put in place.
Well, I think we could probably all agree it's going to be several years. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. The last thing I had, I think, you mentioned that there's going to be a 525-foot storage to be backed up on 42 heading east in order to make a left turn on Castleberry.
Double check that. That sounds right. Yes, that's correct. That's being done as part of the NCDOT project.
So my question is, it may be a couple, but one certainly is, will that back up onto the actual bridge over the Neuse?
Will the turn lane be on the bridge?
Yeah.
I do not know.
Okay, the reason I raise that question is, I didn't go out and measure it. I don't know if there's 525 feet before you get to the bridge from that intersection. That's a concern to me.
If it is on the bridge, that would have been part of NCDOT's designs, and they would have accounted for the weight of that bridge, of that turn lane and the vehicles in the turn lane when designing the bridge.
Okay. I'm somewhat concerned about that, as you can see. I could probably ask you a few other questions that pertain to Loop Road, but I'm not going there. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so as we move on from the findings of fact, we would just like to let the record reflect that our slideshow and your agenda packet has been introduced into the record, as well as these answers from the expert testimony. So moving out of the findings of fact, going to the next thing. All right, so we're going to get to the conditions. So if you read the conditions, they're extensive, and we did our best to accept staff's input and conditions on this neighborhood, and we're trying to be good neighbors. Condition number 10, first off, we've gone through 4 rounds of conditions. There have been conditions added each time. Condition number 10, we received on April 1st for the first time in the condition report that the developer shall pay for the debt service for Archer Lodge Fire District financial obligation in accordance with GS 160A. In principle, with the short time we've had to analyze that, and has been stated here tonight, we do not believe that is a significant condition. We believe it's historically not actually happened with the town, looking at Archer Lodge, I'm not even sure they have any debt, so looking at their financials, I do not think that number 10 will be an issue, so we are going to accept number 10 as presented by staff. I will say for the record, if it does end up being substantial, there are procedures and avenues for us to bring that back to council, but for this development and these conditions, we're going to accept number 10 so we can take that off the list without objection.
So in other words, are you telling me that you all don't know what the amount of the monetary amount for that would be at this time?
That's correct. Nobody does. In fact, the attorney said, your attorney in the hearing last said that has not been calculated. It could be $5. It could be $5 million.
I mean, I understand where it's coming from, but I believe this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this.
Yes, sir.
They've got a lot of fire equipment if it's $5 million.
Gotcha.
And we agree. We believe that this will be insignificant, and we'll know in 45 days. So they've got to provide notice. They've got to come back, and I think we'll know.
Mr. Granis.
I need to know what your definition is of significant.
I did not come here prepared to give you a number. I did come here to prepare to accept number 10 as presented by staff for the conditions of approval.
So does that mean any number that is realistic and audited, you will accept?
Yes, sir. Good news is this goes to the local government commission, is that right? Mm-hmm. So it will be a third party administering this dollar amount. It's not like Archer Lodge or Clayton gets to pick it. So, I mean, it's a third party group. So, I mean, we've got confidence in that system.
Okay.
All right, condition 21, previously 20, now 21, we do have issues with. When the initial condition came over, improvements to the Johnson County sewer system, and I'm going to go ahead, in interest of time, pass this round of emails. I'm going to submit into the record and pass this round of emails out.
If you could just hand them down there, I'll just take the 2 for the mayor and myself, if you don't mind. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So as it pertains to number 21, the interim planning director stated that the improvements here are unknown. That is not correct. The improvements are very well known. And these improvements have been negotiated and discussed with town staff, engineer Joshua Baird, county engineer Chandra, I believe Farmer, and our engineer Tim Somerville for going back into August 27th of last year. And this email notes the upgrades needed at East Clayton, WWPS, future upgrades to East Clayton option for East Clayton and additional capacity, as well as Stewart's Knob. When we got this condition, we really didn't think it would be that big of a deal. Improvements to Johnson County sewer system, including pump station improvements, must be completed prior to plating of the first phase. Well, that really hadn't been discussed because the county has existing capacity without these improvements, and we've never discussed that in negotiations with town staff. That was acceptable. Even dating when we replied back on March 30th, we got a response back from Joshua Baird on March 31st, which we have screenshot here, that says okay. Following up verbally, we believe that that was agreed to. We believe that is a reasonable condition. We are not running away from these improvements. We're not trying to get out of these improvements. We know we have to do these improvements for the county to accept this flow. We believe it is a reasonable request that at the time that the phasing triggers the project, they would be done. And the thought that this project can be phased any which way we please, that is also not true. In your agenda packet, you have a schedule for wastewater allocation, which the mayor, hopefully if we approve this, will sign, and it specifically states we have to go on that schedule. So this is not a wishy-washy, we can do one thing here and one thing tomorrow. That phase, once we agree on this, will be essentially set in stone. So there's a lot of known things here, a lot of things that have been negotiated and are known dating back to August 27th of last year. We are not running from these improvements. We believe that it is a reasonable request that the condition read, as previously agreed on with Joshua Baird, these improvements be made prior to the platting the phase that triggers the improvement. That is our only request. We believe that's up for the council to decide. I think you've heard both sides of the argument. I do believe that this capacity is the town's. I'm well aware of that. We are gracious that the town is allowing us to use that capacity. We also have discussed that and kind of made that deal in the past, and part of that is the SDFs and the financial stuff coming for that capacity. So we believe this is an overreach and will unfairly burden our development that we believe we could get halfway through without having to make substantial improvements to the county system, instead of all of the cost and infrastructure to put those in up front, which that burden is 100% on us. And to have to do that all up front before we've liquidated the first lot, we believe is burdensome, and would like for the council to reconsider that and allow us to do it as the development is platted. All right, in closing, neighborhood opposition has shared that we have not addressed their opposition in prior meetings, so we are prepared to do that tonight. I'm gonna try to do this quickly. Neighborhood meeting we had on December 3rd, there were 34 attendees. Planning board, we moved there, and there were 12 residents that came to oppose. At planning board, we did obtain unanimous approval recommendation. After that meeting, we thought it was really important to reach out to the residents and try to find common ground in any way that we could fix or change to where, other than not developing this project, we could, be a good neighbor. We had 8 of the 12 agree to meet with us one-on-one or in small groups, and those meetings were held between March 11th and March 19th. The top concerns of the 4 that came up, and we're trying to do a high-level review here, was cross-access connections, traffic, environmental preservation and buffers, and workforce housing. All right, so cross-access. A lot of displeasure with Riverwood Drive connecting into Castleberry. First off, I mean, as y'all well know, any planner is going to talk about interconnectivity and the need to connect anywhere we can, plus your code and any reasonable code would require that. Your Appendix D requires that, your UDC requires it. But furthermore, we feel, I mean, that this access has been platted since 1997. So any resident going and buying a house, it's not like this was hidden or not on record. This was on record since 1997. And not only is this easement in this area road heading that way platted, it also has a name, Timberlake Drive. And this road was fathomed back in 1997, as always, going out towards Castleberry and having that interconnectivity from Riverwood Golf Course over to Castleberry. Remind you, for those of you who don't know, Riverwood Drive is a one-way in, one-way out neighborhood. So there's only one access. And I know y'all have had extensive discussions on, fire and safety in a one-way in, one-way out, and that's what it currently is. This will allow for additional connections. Furthermore, when you go to the other side of this connection at Stewart's Knob, this access is heading back towards Riverwood Golf Club, and this has been on the plat recorded since 2001. Again, public record, nothing hidden. This access actually is constructed, goes across the buffer in towards Riverwood Golf Club, and is a permitted crossing and is installed. So both of these access points for this cross access are platted, public record, planned, permitted, and ready to go. So not only does the code require it, it's good planning, it's going to be great for the development, but this was also on public record and out in plain sight. All right, secondly, we get into traffic. We've addressed the traffic in general on the off-site traffic, but we wanted to touch here on Riverwood Drive. A lot of the complaints, all this traffic's going to go on Riverwood Drive. It's going to be crazy how many cars are on Riverwood Drive. After planning board, we said, well, we need to be able to answer this. We need to know if that's a true statement or not. So we had Travis do a TIA and to do a trip generation study, distribution study, analyzing Section 2 and Section 1. And basically what he concluded is Riverwood Drive being a one-way in, one-way out, and the homes that are there in addition to the retail component, meaning anybody who doesn't live there who's going to the golf course and the retail functions got to go in, one way out, and it's a lot of traffic on Riverwood Drive. Logic would say, well, if you're adding these different connection points in, if somebody's traveling into the golf course, there's going to be another option. And if they come in this way, they're on Riverwood Drive for about 5 seconds just to cross it to get to the golf course. Well, as you know, in quasi-judicial, opinions really don't matter, so you have to go with facts. So this trip distribution study said, and Travis, I'm going to bring up here to testify that this is correct, notes that with these additional cross accesses, the traffic on Riverwood Drive will decrease by 204 trips per day to the existing residents utilizing the new portions of exit via Castleberry Road. Travis, if you'll come up, I'd like for you to state to the record that you prepared this study and that it has been accurately presented.
Yes, I prepared this study. We looked at existing traffic patterns. So the other component of this is the existing traffic within the existing Riverwood subdivision that would now have access, easier and faster access out to NC 42 via Castleberry Road in this new connection. Hence the overall reduction in trips anticipated. Basically, we expect more of their traffic to come through the new connections rather than vice versa. And again, that's looking at travel patterns, also travel paths, shortest routes from within the existing neighborhood out to 42 and other places, and through the proposed subdivision through the existing Riverwood Golf Course.
Thank you. Then we move on to environmental preservation and buffers. As I stated earlier, or in some of the opposition, concern for the environment was important, which we placed great detail towards. I've described the amount of RCA land, open space land. That has all been thought through. If there are any questions or if we need to dive deeper in that, our environmentalist is here to dive into that. As well as the landscape buffers, we did meet with several residents. One spoke tonight on their buffer to make sure they understood the Class C buffer. It was hard to get into that at Planning Board because the site plan details were not available then. So explaining what Class C perimeter buffers are, extended on the golf course, as well as showing the plan set on sheet 4 and what those buffers could look like, I think helped satisfy a lot of the buffering concerns. All right, the last one was workforce housing. I have one more thing to submit into the record, and that'll be it.
Thank you.
So workforce housing. One of the most challenging part of this process has been the neighborhood opposition, specific to the comments on the housing types that house people in the workforce housing demographic. We have always prided ourselves in developing diverse developments that provide housing for all people, not just a few, but also more importantly, providing a lifestyle and amenities to all people, not just a few. And so we felt like this issue on workforce housing was worth addressing it. We're passionate about it. And, you know, the executive lots, the executive homes, that was important. That was important to put where they were located, but also providing workforce housing in a time where we desperately need it for those of you who know the real estate market was important. So first, we wanted to dive into what is workforce housing. Workforce housing is affordable to households earning between 60 and 120% of area median income. That is sourced by the Urban Land Institute. Then once you know what workforce housing is, you get into who is workforce housing. In Clayton, this housing would serve individuals making between $37,000 and $75,000 annually. When you look at that target for wages, that targets middle income workers, which includes professions such as police officers, teachers, firefighters, healthcare workers, and the like. That is also sourced through urban land development. So when we talk about this type of housing type and what people can afford in their housing, and we talk about this workforce housing, who is going to be a connoisseur of that housing? It is blue-collar workforce, essential working people. As I said, police officers, teachers, firefighters, healthcare workers. That's what is at stake here. Why is workforce housing important? It allows middle income workers to live where they work, and it decreases overall commute time, which then places less burden on the roads and enhances quality of life, while also providing amenities that these neighborhoods would have that you could only get if you did live in a $500,000 house on the golf course. This provides those same type amenities and lifestyle to people in the workforce housing area. The thought in the opposition is that this product, these people, however the opposition has posed it, is going to assure to destroy property values. And that's been the thing we've heard over and over again. As you know, we're in a quasi-judicial hearing, so opinions don't work. You have to go with the data. I'm going to bring Thad up here in a minute because he's been helping us put this data together. Those claims are nowhere based in fact. What we have here in your set is comps and real estate data for Riverwood Athletic Club, Flowers, and Parkview. And the commonality of all these are neighborhoods that have a good amount of workforce housing with custom style houses. In Riverwood Athletic Club, you have the Deer Valley section with $500,000 plus homes. In Flowers, there are many sections with extremely nice homes, both which have townhomes and single family homes that will qualify as workforce housing. This shows a long history. This is not some stat I'm pulling for a year or a snapshot that I'm trying to show you. This data shows a long history of property value increase from 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, that each of these neighborhoods has flourished in its property value. They have done well, and that the workforce housing is either a neutral impact, not relevant whatsoever, or it's a positive impact based off of the property values going up. Furthermore, I've also included in your packets the current availability of housing in RG's Riverwood Golf Club and Riverwood Athletic Club. Today, there are 0 houses for sale in Riverwood Golf Club. If you wanted to live in Riverwood Golf Club today, there are 0 houses for sale. Furthermore, if you wanted to live in Riverwood Athletic Club, where there are over 1,000 rooftops, with all the workforce housing, with all the things that have been said are not good, you would have 2 options. With over 1,000 homes, there are only 2 houses for sale. Days on market, which is also in your slide, is averaged around 7 days on market for houses in this area. So this notion that workforce housing is going to decimate property values has no basis in fact. And we just want to refute that because we're so passionate about workforce housing and the people that it represents, and it's our mission to provide not only executive and higher end housing, but also the housing that the workforce essential workers need. With that, Thad, I'd like for you to read into the record that you helped me produce this data and agree with it.
Ava Premier Group at 338 East Main. And this information is obtained from Triangle Board of Triangle MLS service, multiple listing service via Board of Realtors, and it's fact. And I did obtain this information through that service. Thank you.
In closing, and I know it's been a long night, and I appreciate everybody hanging in there with us. It is our submission to the council that the claims that have been made on workforce development housing impacting value is not based in fact. Not only do the facts I've outlined here disapprove these stereotypes about workforce development housing, let's be honest, we live here, you live here. You probably know someone personally who has rented or purchased a home in Riverwood or somewhere in Clayton. You know the people who live in those homes. You know them as good people and know these areas to be safe, sought after, and valued pieces of real estate. I would encourage the council to embrace the spirit of your code and the need for diversity in housing, particularly workforce development housing. We have tried our best to do that here in our plan by offering both executive and workforce housing. In summary, we hope that you will see that the facts of this development are meeting the real needs of our local community. It meets all the standards of a great development, supports the town economically, and welcomes an opportunity for families from all spheres of life to call Clayton home. I appreciate your consideration, and we will be available for any questions you might have.
Mr. Granis.
Just, I think, one question. I don't recall hearing anything about greenways in your development, and if there will be greenways, will there also be bridges to them? And if there are bridges, who will be maintaining them?
Yes, sir. I believe you had also asked this question in the rezoning hearing, and I failed to answer and should here. We have not asked for any waivers on sidewalk. So sidewalk is the connection through the neighborhood with curb and gutter. So that will serve as the interconnection for walkways and bike paths. It's been a long night. Your second question was?
Well, the greenway issue, but I think you somewhat answered that. But let me get back to the sidewalk. So you were telling us that there will be sidewalk, curb and gutter through the entire development?
Yes, sir, and that is depicted in the packet for the plan that has been submitted.
So the other question is specific to greenways. Will there be any? And if there will be greenways, will they have bridges? And if they do have bridges, who's going to be responsible for maintaining them?
No, sir, there are no greenways or bridges. The sidewalks serve as the trail and interconnectivity in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, anyone wish to speak in opposition? Are you speaking in opposition, opposing?
No.
Be seated. No one wishing to speak in opposition? We're going to jump right on over to turn it over to the council for their discussion and deliberation. Mr. Granis.
So, Mr. Mayor, I've done a lot of research on this, as much as I could do with respect to the annexation and the rezoning, and my unilateral research on quasi-judicial. When I say unilateral, I mean I haven't talked to anybody about it. But I think it's a good project, and after considering the competent material and substantial evidence presented, including the application and materials of record, I move to approve preliminary subdivision plat application number 2020158SD Riverwood Golf Course Section 2. This motion is based on the following findings. One, that the preliminary subdivision is consistent with the adopted plans and policies of the town. Two, the subdivision meets all required specifications of the Town of Clayton Unified Development Code. Three, the subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character of the existing standards for development of properties in the surrounding area. And four, that the subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid mitigating congestion within the immediate area, will provide for the unified and orderly use or use of or extension of public infrastructure, and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or general welfare. And I want to also add that the conditions that were in our agenda packet, at least through 20, and then I'm going to need a little legal help here, Jim. I would like to change condition 21 with respect to improvements, adding some form of verbiage with respect to the platting. And that is at the request of the applicant.
As I understand your motion, you want to include the condition as modified by the applicant.
Correct.
Okay.
And then I would also include the balance of the conditions through condition 34.
I think that's clear.
Thank you.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Peace. The next aspect will be the adoption of the resolution for the wastewater allocation.
Mr. Mayor, I make let me think about that a minute. Let me wait for Joshua. That would probably be appropriate.
Okay, can you get into that microphone a little bit, because I've been trouble hearing it or not?
Let me wait for Joshua. I think that would be more appropriate.
Okay, all right. It would probably be more appropriate because it is late and like all this up here is running together in my vision. So with that being said, the next item is the 2158. Wait, no. The next item is.
Next item would be under old business. We're going to go to 7B. skipping over 7.
2021-16, I believe, is that correct?
Are we not doing the adoption of the resolution for 2021-16 wastewater allocation?
I thought we finished the presentation.
Is there a presentation before this action can be taken?
I believe so.
Either. But if there's something you want to hear from
Okay,
Joshua.
So if I may still have the floor, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Then I move to adopt Resolution 2021-16 for the wastewater allocation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for adoption of the resolution number 2021-16 wastewater allocation. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, sign. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, up next under old business is the donation agreement for the Glennie Ray property.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Joshua Barrett, Town Engineer. I'll be real quick. On February 15th, Town Council approved condemnation for sewer and electric easements on property with North Carolina PN 165-808-980512. Owner listed as Glennie Ray Core Property. Following the notice of action letter and town attorney negotiations with owner and an attorney, it was proposed to the town to just go ahead and donate the entire property to the town. If you recall, this property had extensive floodplain on it, floodway. It is along Little Creek. It is contiguous to a lot of town property for Little Creek Wastewater Reclamation Facility. Staff is supportive of this, and it is a corridor that could be used for future greenway additional easements in the event that we need it. So with that being said, staff request approval for town manager or designee to sign donation agreement accepting the property with PIN 165-808-980512.
Questions or comments?
Excuse me, I'm not sure, do we have something we need before y'all leave? Or you're kind of interrupting this presentation on an action.
He just asked us to get this filled out.
Questions or comments for Joshua? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to authorize acceptance of the land donation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the acceptance of the land donation. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. All right, up next under new business is the Lumen project.
Okay, Heidi's gonna pull up a couple slides for you, I think. I just wanted, she comes to bring up the slides. Lumen is a major development agreement and a major project. It will, without exaggeration, it's going to create a new gateway to Clayton. This will be the gateway to Clayton within the next 5 to 10 years. So I wanted the council to be aware of it. You heard probably about a month ago a presentation by 2 attorneys, one representing us on the Ashcroft 2 and one representing us on this particular project as we bring it up. We will be meeting with attorneys later this week. Russell Killian with Parker Poe has been continuing to represent us on the Lumen project. Jim Collier will be in later this week as we go through final negotiations. This will be a quasi-judicial hearing, so I'm going to be a little sparse in what I tell you tonight, but I want you to understand what will be in that development agreement or some of the issues. And at some point, we may bring, after I confer with Jim and with Russell, we may bring either the mayor or member of council in to be aware of some of the negotiations that will go on and what should be a very exciting project. We sent it to you this afternoon, Jeff did. Okay, well, if you don't have it, that's fine. I'll explain the conditions. Lumen will be at least 3, maybe 4 medical office buildings at the interchange of what is now US 70. We call it 70 bypass, but officially it's US 70 and Highway 42 West. It will be about 700 units, housing units of different types. Commercial, it will be a commercial development as well with some major restaurants, food courts, whatnot on that project. It will have, it may not have in the first phase, but it will have a hotel or hotels in the particular project that they're doing. Lumen has been working with DOT to make highway improvements to Highway 42 East, Highway 42 West. That project is supposed to be paved it was 2030 and now it's 2026. So now they're going to move the right-of-way up at their own expense. They may need some of our help for condemnation of right-of-way. They are running a sewer line all the way, pump station and sewer line at their expense with the offer that we can help share with them on our widening of that infrastructure. And they have proposed a partnership to build a water tank, of which they will front the money for on the front end and build the project for us, and that we will contribute our share on the back end versus us having to front the money and build the project ourselves. So they will switch roles with us in that regard. They are also bringing us, will be part of the development agreement, something that I've worked out. As we know, Joy Swenson, the library director, has asked for about 20,000 square foot of space and about a $15 million project. What we have agreed to in principle is that either in their food court or in their greenway where they're building a nature center, they will either build or lease us on a short-term lease about 10,000 square feet, plus or minus, so that we can expand our library. And as we go to make maybe some temporary changes to the library based on our budget, that will give us the opportunity to at least be able to stage the library in two places. That lease right now is anticipated to be in a separate agreement, but will be certainly one that will be covered in the development agreement. Transportation should not be a problem because they are going to approve with DOT the interchange there at 42 and the bypass at their own Highway 70 at their own expense, as well as the paving. And we have a 4-lane divided highway that's already there throughout the adjacent property. So very exciting, very many details. I've been working on this project for probably 4 or 5 months, and it's been an exciting project to deal with both the team on our side and their side. So look for that coming as an information item, but more details when we come on April 19th.
Questions or comments? Mr. Grant.
JD, with respect to the library, did you say 2,000 or 10,000 square feet?
10,000 right now. It's all susceptible to negotiation, but in principle, that's where we're at.
Date, moving on to the purchase of 2 police canines.
This is a authorization that I would like the approval for you guys to do. We do have drug seizure money that's still outstanding on the order of about $40,000. I'm asking you to make sure that we make an allocation of 30,000 of that money in principle, and Robert can bring you the budget amendment next time to do that officially, but we'd like your vote tonight so that we can move forward with the canines. We're going to switch our trainer as the person we're getting the dogs from. We've had to retire another dog early, and so we would like to give a switch to a different trainer, which will give us 12 weeks of training per dog and a whole different setup without boring you with details tonight. But it's somebody that Greg Tart has dealt with for a number of years with the SBI and has a lot of confidence in. And so we would like to bring that dog in to replace one that will be going into full retirement and one that will be going into early retirement. So the sooner we get that ball rolling, the better. So I just ask for your approval, which will keep us at 3 canines. But it is basically to buy 2 more canines at approximately $30,000, and their training, as indicated in your budget package, so that we can get into full negotiations and make that purchase. So I'm asking for a motion on that.
Motion to proceed.
Second.
Motion and a second for the approval of the purchase of 2 police canines. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Just for the record, I said all those in favor. So it's definitely getting late, okay? And my chocolate has ran out up here. All right, we're going to bounce down to staff reports for just essential information, beginning with the town manager.
Nothing for me, Mr. Mayor, but you have my chocolate now.
Clerk.
No reports, thank you.
Town
Nothing, sir.
Staff. All right, I'll now open the floor for informal discussion and public comment. Anyone wish to speak, please step forward, state your name for the record. To speak, I'll close public comment, turn it over to council for comments. No comments coming from council. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss economic development.
So moved.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion.
And can the motion include land acquisition?
And land acquisition. Yes. So we need to go back up to the Old Town Hall and pick that up on the agenda, and I have discarded my agenda. I have it here, I think. No. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. All right, up under old business, item 7A, Old Town Hall building update, town to reacquire the property. Mr. Granis asked that we have a closed session to discuss that, and we did. And I think it is the consensus of the council to
Continue. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we continue that until at least the next meeting.
All right, so I have a motion to continue until the next meeting. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. All right, any other business come before this council this evening? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn? No, I'm fine.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Good night.